Tonight, I find myself remembering the 1950s, the way cigarette smoke drifted through windowless conference rooms in Langley, and how the weight of classified documents shaped the rhythm of decisions that should never have been made. This is history as it was lived and hurried, unpolished, and deeply troubling. If this quiet approach to the past helps you unwind, a like would mean a lot. Subscribe if you'd like to join me for more slow journeys through history. Tell me in the comments where tonight finds you, listening, and what draws you to these darker chapters of government secrecy. Dim the lights. Let's drift back to a time when fear made monsters of ordinary men. I remember the musty smell of declassified documents, the way manila folders felt heavy in your hands when they contained secrets that were never meant to see daylight. There is something particularly haunting about government paperwork, the clean typewriter fonts, the official letterheads, the careful bureaucratic language that somehow makes the unthinkable sound routine. Back then, in the archives where these stories eventually surfaced, you could almost feel the weight of institutional shame seeping through the pages like old ink bleeding through paper. The 1950s were a peculiar time in American history, when suburban normalcy masked a deep national paranoia that infected everything it touched. I remember the way television sets flickered with images of perfect families, while, in the shadows of government buildings, men in grey suits convinced themselves that the survival of democracy depended on abandoning its most fundamental principles. It was an era when the word security became a magic incantation that could transform any moral compromise into a patriotic necessity. There were secrets in those days that went far beyond the usual matters of national defense. Some secrets were about weapons, others about strategies. But the darkest ones were about what a government was willing to do to its own people. When it believed the stakes were high enough, I remember reading about Operation Midnight Climax for the first time, how the very name seemed designed to sound like something from a pulp thriller rather than an official CIA program. But that was perhaps fitting, because what happened under that code name was so bizarre, so morally bankrupt, that it seemed to belong more in fiction than in the carefully documented reality of congressional testimony. The story begins, as many dark stories do, with fear, not the clean, rational fear of a specific threat, but the kind of gnawing, pervasive anxiety that settles into an institution's bones and changes how it sees the world. In the early 1950s, American intelligence officials became convinced that their enemies possessed something they did not: the ability to control human minds. The very idea seemed to belong in the realm of science fiction, but reports filtering back from the Korean War spoke of American soldiers who had been brainwashed, who returned home spouting communist propaganda with the mechanical precision of broken men. I remember the way that fear manifested in the halls of the Central Intelligence Agency, how it transformed dedicated public servants into something else entirely. There was a quality to that particular terror that went beyond ordinary concerns about enemy capabilities. It touched something primally: the fear that the human mind, the last bastion of individual identity, could be invaded and controlled by hostile forces. If that were possible, then perhaps no defense was too extreme, no method too questionable, no violation too profound. The documents that survived the eventual purge tell us about meetings where serious men discussed the unthinkable with the calm detachment of actuaries calculating insurance premiums. They speak of budgets allocated for purposes that sound innocuous until you understand what the euphemisms really meant. Behavioral research, they called it interrogation enhancement. truth serum development. The language of bureaucracy has always had a talent for making horror sound mundane, but these particular phrases carried a weight that would have been familiar to anyone who had studied the aftermath of the Nazi medical experiments. What makes the story of Operation Midnight Climax particularly haunting is not just what was done, but how easily it was justified by people who probably considered themselves patriots and decent human beings. I remember reading the testimony of Sidney Gottlieb, the chemist who became the program's architect, and being struck by the disconnect between his later life, folk dancing, speech therapy for children, environmental activism, and the systematic cruelty he orchestrated in service of what he believed was a noble cause. There is something deeply unsettling about discovering that institutions you were taught to trust had for years operated secret programs that treated American citizens as expendable test subjects. The safe houses where the experiments took place were not sterile laboratories staffed by dispassionate scientists, but apartments decorated with red curtains and equipped with one-way mirrors, places where voyeurism masqueraded as research and sadism wore the mask of national security. The victims of these experiments were not volunteers who had given their informed consent to participate in cutting-edge research. They were ordinary people, businessmen visiting brothels, mentally disabled children in institutions, hospital patients who thought they were receiving legitimate medical treatment. Their names were never recorded, their suffering never acknowledged, their trauma never addressed. They became statistics in reports that were later destroyed, ghosts in a historical record that was deliberately incomplete. I remember the weight of realizing that this was not ancient history, not some dark episode from a more primitive time, but something that happened in living memory. In the America of Eisenhower and suburban prosperity, when television commercials promised that better living could be achieved through chemistry, the same decade that gave us tract housing and television dinners also gave us Operation Midnight Climax, a reminder that the capacity for institutional evil exists alongside the most ordinary expressions of human decency. The story that follows is not one of heroes and villains in the traditional sense, but rather of how fear can corrupt institutions and how the logic of national security can be used to justify the unjustifiable. It is about the men who convinced themselves that drugging innocent people without their knowledge was a form of patriotic service, and about the victims whose suffering was dismissed as an acceptable cost for gaining an advantage in the Cold War. Tonight, we will walk through the bureaucratic halls where these decisions were made, visit the safe houses where they were implemented, and meet the people whose lives were forever changed by programs they never knew existed. We will examine how a democracy can betray its own principles in the name of defending them, and how the pursuit of security can become the very thing that destroys what is being secured. This is a story about the weight of secrets, about the terrible things that can happen when power operates without accountability, and about the importance of remembering even the darkest chapters of our history. It is a reminder that vigilance is not just about watching for external threats, but about maintaining the moral boundaries that define who we are as a society. The documents may have been classified for decades. The participants may have taken their secrets to the grave, but the truth has a way of surfacing eventually. What emerges from those manila folders and congressional transcripts is not just a historical curiosity, but a cautionary tale about the fragility of the values we claim to hold dear and the ease with which they can be abandoned. when we convince ourselves that the circumstances are exceptional enough to justify the exception. So let us begin this quiet journey into a chapter of American history that was meant to remain hidden. A story of how the pursuit of mind control became a form of institutional madness, and how the very people charged with protecting democracy nearly destroyed it from within. I remember the sound of radio static in those early Cold War years, how it seemed to carry more than just interferences, held the weight of unspoken anxieties, the metallic taste of a nation learning to live with permanent dread. Back then, in the offices of American intelligence, there was a quality to the silence between words that spoke of deeper terrors than anyone dared name aloud. The fluorescent lights hummed with the same frequency as institutional paranoia, and the smell of coffee grew bitter in conference rooms where men discussed threats that seemed to belong more in the realm of nightmares than strategic planning. The year 1950 had brought with it a new kind of warfare, one that attacked not bodies but minds. I remember reading the reports that filtered back from Korea, how they described American soldiers who had been captured, held, and somehow transformed into something unrecognizable. These were not men who had been tortured in the conventional sense, not prisoners who bore the visible scars of physical brutality. Instead, they had been subjected to something far more unsettling, a systematic assault on their very sense of self that left them parroting enemy propaganda with the mechanical precision of broken mechanisms. The word brainwashing entered the American vocabulary like a virus, spreading through intelligence circles and congressional briefings with the speed of genuine terror. It was a term that seemed to describe something out of science fiction, yet the evidence suggested it was terrifyingly real. American prisoners of war had been returned to their homeland as walking advertisements for communist ideology, their minds apparently reprogrammed to serve their former captors' purposes. The implications were staggering, not just for military strategy, but for the very concept of human identity and free will. I remember the way this fear manifested in the sterile corridors of the Central Intelligence Agency, how it transformed career civil servants into something approaching zealots in their determination to match what they believed their enemies had achieved. There was Alan Welsh Dulles, the patrician lawyer who had become the agency's director, a man whose calm demeanor masked a growing obsession with what he saw as a fundamental threat to American civilization. In his view, the communists had weaponized the human psyche itself, and the United States was falling dangerously behind in this new form of arms race. The evidence that drove this panic was both compelling and deeply disturbing. Cardinal Joseph Mingenty, the Hungarian prelate, who had been a vocal opponent of the communist regime, had appeared at his 1949 show trial as a man transformed. Where once there had been defiance, there was now hollow-eyed compliance. Where there had been passionate advocacy for his faith, there was now mechanical recitation of confessions that seemed to have been written by someone else entirely. The sight of this proud man, reduced to a puppet mouthing words that betrayed everything he had once stood for, sent shockwaves through Western intelligence services. But it was the Korean War that truly crystallized these fears into institutional policy. American servicemen who had been captured by Chinese and North Korean forces were returning home with stories that defied conventional understanding of human psychology. They spoke not of beatings or starvation, though these had certainly occurred, but of something more subtle and far more terrifying. They described systematic programs of psychological pressure, of techniques that seemed designed not to break the body, but to dismantle the mind itself. I remember the reports from military psychiatrists who examined these returned prisoners, how their clinical language struggled to capture something that seemed to exist at the very edges of human understanding. The soldiers had been subjected to what appeared to be a form of conditioning that operated on principles entirely foreign to Western psychological theory. Sleep deprivation, social isolation, constant questioning, the systematic erosion of personal identity. These were not random cruelties, but carefully orchestrated techniques designed to produce specific psychological results. The fear that gripped American intelligence was not just that the enemy possessed these capabilities, but that they were being used systematically and successfully. If human minds could be controlled, if individual will could be overridden by foreign manipulation, then traditional concepts of loyalty, patriotism, and even personal identity became meaningless. The implications extended far beyond military applications. The communists had mastered mind control. They could theoretically transform entire populations into willing servants of their ideology. This was the psychological landscape that gave birth to Project Bluebird in April of 1950, the CIA's first formal attempt to develop what they euphemistically called special interrogation techniques. I remember the clinical language of the project's authorization documents, how they spoke of developing methods to prevent unauthorized extraction of information from agency personnel who might be captured by hostile forces. The stated goal was defensive, to protect American agents from the very techniques that seemed to have been used so effectively against captured soldiers in Korea. But even in those early documents, there was a telling ambiguity about whether the project's true purpose was defensive or offensive. The same techniques that could theoretically protect American minds from foreign manipulation could just as easily be turned in the opposite direction, used to extract information from enemy agents or to influence their behavior in ways that served American interests. The line between defense and offense, between protection and exploitation, was already becoming blurred in ways that would have profound consequences. Project Bluebird evolved into Project Artichoke by August of 1951, and with that transformation came a subtle but significant shift in emphasis. Where Bluebird had at least maintained the pretense of being primarily defensive, Artichoke was explicitly focused on determining whether an individual could be made to perform acts against their will. The very name suggested something more sinister. Artichokes, after all, must be carefully peeled apart, layer by layer, to reach their heart, much as human psychological defenses might need to be systematically dismantled to reach the vulnerable core of individual will. The men who worked on these early projects were not monsters in any conventional sense. They were career intelligence officers, many of them veterans of World War II, who had seen firsthand the consequences of allowing enemies to gain technological advantages. They were chemists and psychologists, doctors and interrogation specialists, people who had dedicated their lives to protecting American interests in an increasingly dangerous world. But there was something about the nature of the threat they believed they faced that began to change them, to erode the normal constraints that govern human behavior even in wartime. I remember reading the psychological evaluations of some of these early researchers, how they described their work in terms that mixed scientific curiosity with patriotic duty. They spoke of the need to understand the human mind as thoroughly as engineers understood mechanical systems, to map the territories of consciousness with the same precision that cartographers mapped geographical terrain. There was an almost clinical detachment to their discussions of human subjects, as if the people they experimented on were less than fully human, mere biological mechanisms whose functioning could be studied and manipulated without moral consequence. The institutional culture that developed around these projects was one of extreme secrecy, and gradually diminishing ethical constraints. The work was classified at levels that prevented most oversight, conducted in facilities that operated outside normal bureaucratic channels, and justified by appeals to national security that seemed to trump all other considerations. The very secrecy that was necessary to protect the projects from enemy observation also protected them from the kind of internal scrutiny that might have raised uncomfortable questions about their methods and goals. By 1953, this institutional momentum had reached a critical point. Allen Dulles, now firmly established as CIA director, was convinced that the agency needed to dramatically expand its research into what he termed behavioral modification. The threat posed by communist mind control techniques had not diminished, if anything. It had grown more urgent as the Cold War deepened and the possibility of direct military confrontation increased. American agents operating behind enemy lines needed protection from sophisticated interrogation techniques, and American interrogators needed tools that could match those being used by their adversaries. It was in this context that Dulles made his fateful observation that we, in the West, have no human guinea pigs. The comment was delivered almost casually, as if it were a simple statement of fact rather than a moral judgment. But embedded in those words was a worldview that would shape the next 2 decades of CIA research. If the communists were willing to experiment on human beings without their consent, if they had gained advantages through methods that Western democracies found morally unacceptable, then perhaps it was time to reconsider what was acceptable in the service of national survival. The transition from Project Artichoke to Project McUltra represented more than just a change in names or bureaucratic organization. It marked a fundamental shift in institutional philosophy, a decision to abandon the ethical and legal constraints that had previously governed American intelligence operations, where earlier projects had at least paid lip service to the principles of informed consent and voluntary participation. McUltra explicitly authorized experimentation on unwitting subjects, people who had no idea they were being used as test subjects in programs designed to map the furthest reaches of human psychological vulnerability. I remember the weight of that decision, how it reverberates even now through the declassified documents that survived the eventual purge of McUltra files. It was a choice that transformed the Central Intelligence Agency from an organization that operated in the shadows of American democracy to one that operated outside its fundamental principles. The men who made that choice believed they were protecting American freedom by temporarily suspending it, defending democratic values by systematically violating them. The bureaucratic language that surrounded MKULTRAS authorization was carefully crafted to obscure the magnitude of what was being sanctioned. The project was described as research into chemical and biological agents and their effects on human behavior. The goals were listed as developing techniques for influencing human behavior and creating methods for controlling human actions. These phrases were antiseptic enough to pass through normal bureaucratic channels, but they concealed objectives that would have been immediately recognizable to anyone familiar with the Nazi medical experiments that had horrified the world less than a decade earlier. What made McUltra different from its predecessors was not just its scale, though at approximately 150 sub-projects spread across more than 80 institutions. It was certainly vast, but its willingness to cross lines that had previously been considered inviolable. The project would eventually encompass research into assassination techniques, the development of drugs that could cause temporary amnesia or permanent psychological damage, and experiments designed to determine whether human beings could be programmed to perform acts that violated their most deeply held moral convictions. The institutional fear that gave birth to McUltra was real and, in many ways, rational. The Soviet Union and its allies did indeed possess sophisticated interrogation techniques that posed genuine threats to captured American personnel. The techniques used on Cardinal Minginti and American prisoners of war were not figments of paranoid imagination, but documented realities that demanded some form of response. But the response that emerged from this fear was shaped not just by rational strategic calculation, but by something darker and more primitive, a willingness to embrace the very methods that were supposedly being defended against. I remember the way this transformation was justified in the internal documents of the period. How rational men convinced themselves that temporary moral compromises were necessary for long-term moral victory. They spoke of the need to fight fire with fire, to match enemy ruthlessness with equivalent ruthlessness in service of ultimately humanitarian goals. The logic was seductive in its simplicity. The communists were willing to sacrifice human dignity in pursuit of ideological advantage. Then Americans would have to be equally willing to sacrifice human dignity in pursuit of democratic survival. But there was something deeply corrupting about this logic, something that transformed the defenders into the very thing they claimed to be defending against. The fear of communist mind control had created American mind controllers. The horror at enemy experimentation had produced American experiments, and the desire to protect democratic values had led to their systematic violation. The fever dream of fear had become a waking nightmare of institutional betrayal, and the cure had become indistinguishable from the disease. In the quiet offices where these decisions were made, where the future of Operation Midnight Climax was being planned even as McUltra was being authorized, there was a sense of crossing a threshold from which there might be no return. The men who would soon be tasked with implementing these programs understood, on some level, that they were embarking on a journey into moral territory that few human beings had ever explored. They were about to discover what happened when a democratic society convinced itself that its survival depended on abandoning the very principles that made it worth defending. I remember the antiseptic smell that clung to Sidney Gottlieb's laboratory coat, how it seemed to follow him even into the folk dancing halls, where he spent his evenings learning the traditional steps of forgotten cultures. There was something deeply unsettling about encountering a man who could spend his days devising ways to destroy human minds and his nights celebrating the beauty of human expression, as if these two aspects of his existence occupied completely separate universes that never quite touched. Back then, in the early 1950s, if you had met Sidney Gottlieb at one of his speech therapy sessions with children, you would have seen a gentle man with infinite patience for the struggles of the young voices he was helping to find themselves. His own stutter had taught him something profound about the barriers that could exist between thought and expression, and his club foot had given him an intimate understanding of what it meant to navigate the world with visible differences that others might see as defects. The soft shuffle of his uneven gait was a sound I remember from the testimony recordings, barely audible beneath the formal questions and careful answers that would eventually emerge during the congressional investigations. But those who knew him before he became the CIA's chief chemist described a different sound entirely, the rhythmic stamping of his feet as he learned the intricate patterns of Balkan folk dances, the way he could lose himself completely in the mathematical precision of traditional choreography. Gottlieb had been rejected for military service during World War II, his physical disabilities making him unsuitable for combat duty in the conventional sense. I remember reading about how this rejection had shaped him, not with bitterness, but with a peculiar form of patriotic determination. If he could not serve his country with a rifle, he would serve it with his mind, and his brilliant mind had led him first to a doctorate in biochemistry and then to the shadowy corridors of the Central Intelligence Agency's chemical division. There was something almost monastic about his later lifestyle. The way he chose to live in a simple cabin without running water, as if he were trying to atone for something through deliberate deprivation. His environmental activism in his later years seemed to spring from a genuine love of the natural world, a belief that the earth and its creatures deserved protection from human interference. The irony was not lost on those who knew his history. Here was a man who had spent decades interfering with human chemistry in the most profound ways imaginable, now dedicating himself to preserving the chemical balance of ecosystems. But in the 1950s, Sidney Gottlieb was not yet the repentant environmentalist of his later years. He was a rising star in the CIA's scientific establishment, a man whose expertise in biochemistry had caught the attention of Alan Dulles and other senior officials who were desperately seeking solutions to what they saw as the communist advantage in psychological warfare. His colleagues described him as brilliant but soft-spoken, the kind of person who could explain complex chemical reactions with the same gentle patience he brought to working with stuttering children. I remember the weight of the moment when Gottlieb was first approached about leading what would become the McUltra program. The offer came not just as a career opportunity, but as a patriotic calling, a chance to use his scientific talents in service of what his superiors presented as the ultimate battle between freedom and tyranny. The communists, they told him, had weaponized the human mind itself, and America needed its own chemical weapons to fight back. The transformation of Sidney Gottlieb from a mild-mannered chemist into what his colleagues would eventually call the Black Sorcerer was not an overnight metamorphosis. It was a gradual process, a slow erosion of the normal boundaries that separate scientific curiosity from moral recklessness. Each experiment built upon the last, each violation of ethical norms making the next violation seem less shocking until what had once been unthinkable became routine. His first major decision was to arrange for the CIA to purchase the entire world's supply of lysergic acid, diethylamide deles, from the Sandoz pharmaceutical company in Switzerland. The transaction cost $240,000, a substantial sum in 1953, but it gave the agency unprecedented control over a substance that Gottlieb believed might hold the key to unlocking the deepest secrets of human consciousness. I remember reading the invoices that survived the later document purge, how they listed LSD alongside more mundane laboratory supplies, as if buying the world's entire stock of a powerful psychoactive drug were no different from ordering test tubes and beakers. Gottlieb's personal experimentation with LSD began almost immediately after the agency acquired its supply. He believed, with the fervor of a true convert, that the drug represented nothing less than the key that would unlock the universe. His own experiences under its influence convinced him that human consciousness was far more malleable than anyone had previously imagined, that the boundaries between self and other, between reality and hallucination, were far thinner than conventional psychology suggested. There was something deeply troubling about the way Gottlieb described his LSD experiences in the few personal accounts that survived. He spoke not just of altered perceptions or mystical insights, but of fundamental changes in his understanding of what it meant to be human. The drug seemed to have convinced him that individual identity was itself an illusion, a construct that could be dissolved and reformed at will by anyone who possessed the proper chemical keys. This philosophical transformation was perhaps the most dangerous aspect of Gottlieb's evolution, from scientist to what could only be described as a technological mystic. His belief that LSD had shown him the illusory nature of human personality made it psychologically easier for him to justify experiments that treated human subjects as blank slates to be written upon rather than as autonomous individuals with inherent dignity and rights. The laboratory where Gottlieb conducted his early experiments was a study in contrasts that perfectly captured the duality of his nature. One corner might contain the sophisticated equipment needed for chemical synthesis, while another held the folk art and traditional crafts that reflected his deep appreciation for human cultural expression. Colleagues who visited described the strange juxtaposition of seeing a man who collected beautiful objects spending his days devising ugly methods for psychological destruction. I remember the testimony of one former CIA chemist who described Gottlieb's approach to human experimentation as being characterized by what he called scientific curiosity combined with complete moral blindness. The man who could spend hours perfecting a traditional dance step seemed utterly incapable of recognizing that the human subjects in his experiments were anything more than laboratory animals, whose responses could be observed and recorded without ethical concern. The breadth of Gottlieb's interests in chemical warfare extended far beyond LSD and other psychoactive drugs. He was instrumental in developing what the CIA euphemistically called executive action, techniques, assassination methods that relied on chemical rather than conventional weapons. His laboratory produced poisoned cigars intended for Fidel Castro, fountain pens loaded with lethal toxins for use against Patrice Lumumba, and exploding seashells designed to kill Castro during one of his scuba diving expeditions. There was an almost childlike creativity to some of these assassination plots that revealed something disturbing about Gottlieb's psychological makeup. The exploding seashells, in particular, seemed to belong more in a cartoon than in a serious intelligence operation, as if the man who created them had lost touch with the reality that these devices were meant to end human lives. The disconnect between the whimsical nature of the delivery methods and the lethal nature of their purpose captured something essential about the moral confusion that characterized the entire McUltra program. But it was Gottlieb's role as the architect of systematic human experimentation that would ultimately define his historical legacy. His approach to what he called behavioral research was methodical and comprehensive, involving the distribution of grants to universities, hospitals, and other institutions where researchers could experiment on unwitting subjects without the ethical constraints that might have limited more conventional scientific investigations. The network of researchers that Gottlieb assembled represented some of the most prestigious names in American psychiatry and psychology. Men who were willing to accept CIA funding for experiments that they must have known violated every principle of medical ethics. I remember reading the correspondence between Gottlieb and these researchers, how they discussed human subjects with the same clinical detachment that other scientists might use when discussing laboratory rats or chemical reagents. Gottlieb's personal involvement in these experiments went far beyond simple administrative oversight. He regularly visited the institutions where CIA-funded research was being conducted, observing experiments and suggesting modifications based on his own theoretical understanding of how human consciousness could be manipulated and controlled. Former colleagues described him as being fascinated by the details of individual cases, particularly those involving subjects who had suffered what researchers euphemistically called adverse reactions to experimental treatments. The psychiatric hospitals that participated in Gottlieb's program became laboratories for techniques that seemed designed less to cure mental illness than to study the furthest extremes of human psychological vulnerability. Patients who had sought help for depression or anxiety found themselves subjects in experiments involving sensory deprivation, electroshock therapy, and massive doses of LSD administered without their knowledge or consent. The fact that these patients were already in vulnerable states made them ideal subjects from Gottlieb's perspective. Their existing psychological distress provided cover for symptoms that might otherwise have raised questions about what was being done to them. I remember reading the clinical notes from some of these experiments, how they documented the systematic destruction of human personalities with the same dispassionate precision that other researchers might use to describe chemical reactions. Patients who had entered hospitals as functional human beings were reduced to childlike states, their memories erased, their personalities dissolved, their capacity for independent thought eliminated through techniques that Gottlieb had helped to develop and refine. The children who became subjects in these experiments represented perhaps the most disturbing aspect of Gottlieb's work. His willingness to authorize experiments on mentally disabled children revealed the complete absence of any moral boundaries in his approach to human experimentation. These children, who could not consent to participation and could not even understand what was being done to them, became test subjects in programs designed to determine whether human behavior could be controlled through chemical means. The contrast between Gottlieb's professional work and his personal interests became even more stark when one considered his dedication to speech therapy for children. The same man who spent his evenings helping young people overcome communication difficulties spent his days devising techniques that could permanently damage the psychological development of other children. The disconnect was so profound that it suggested not just moral blindness, but something approaching a complete dissociation between his personal and professional identities. Gottlieb's conviction that he was serving a higher purpose was perhaps the most chilling aspect of his psychological profile. He genuinely believed that the work he was doing, however morally questionable it might appear to outsiders, was necessary for the survival of democratic civilization. His personal lifestyle, with its emphasis on simplicity and environmental consciousness, seemed designed to demonstrate that he was not motivated by personal gain or professional ambition, but by a sincere belief that he was protecting something precious from destruction. This sense of noble purpose made Gottlieb particularly dangerous because it insulated him from the kind of moral doubts that might have caused a less committed individual to question the ethics of human experimentation. His certainty that he was fighting evil made it psychologically easier for him to justify methods that others might have recognized as evil themselves. The folk dancer who celebrated human cultural expression had somehow convinced himself that destroying individual human consciousness was a form of cultural preservation. I remember the way former colleagues described Gottlieb's reaction when confronted with evidence of the damage his experiments had caused. Rather than expressing remorse or acknowledging error, he would typically respond with technical explanations about the necessity of accepting certain casualties in pursuit of strategic advantage. The human cost of his work seemed to register with him only as an abstract, statistical problem rather than as a source of moral concern. The laboratory notes that survived the eventual document purge reveal a man who had become so immersed in the technical aspects of consciousness manipulation that he had lost sight of the human reality behind his research. His descriptions of experimental subjects read like engineering reports about malfunctioning machinery rather than medical observations about suffering human beings. The gentle speech therapist had become a technician of human destruction, and he seemed genuinely unable to understand why others might find this transformation troubling. In the end, Sidney Gottlieb's legacy would be defined not by his environmental activism or his work with stuttering children, but by his role as the chief architect of one of the most morally bankrupt programs in American intelligence history. His story serves as a cautionary tale about how good intentions, noble purposes, and genuine patriotism can be corrupted when they are pursued without adequate moral constraints or institutional oversight. The quiet chemist with a gentle manner had become something far more dangerous than any conventional enemy. He had become a man who could justify anything in service of what he believed to be a righteous cause. I remember the harsh fluorescent lighting of federal office buildings in the early 1950s, how it cast everything in a cold, institutional glow that seemed to drain the warmth from human faces. In those sterile corridors where America's intelligence apparatus conducted its most sensitive business, there was a particular quality to the silence that suggested conversations taking place just beyond the range of normal hearing. It was in this environment that Sidney Gottlieb began his search for someone who could translate his theoretical understanding of human consciousness manipulation into practical, real-world operations. The man he found was George Hunter White, a veteran of both the Federal Bureau of Narcotics and the Office of Strategic Services, who brought with him a unique combination of law enforcement experience and wartime intelligence work. White had already distinguished himself in what the government euphemistically called truth drug research during World War II, experiments that had given him an intimate familiarity with the effects of various chemical substances on human behavior and decision-making processes. There was something immediately striking about White's physical presence. The way he carried himself with the confident swagger of someone who had spent years operating in the gray areas between legal and illegal, between acceptable and unthinkable. His colleagues in the Federal Bureau of Narcotics knew him as a hard-nosed agent who was willing to cross lines that others might hesitate to approach, but even they might have been surprised by the enthusiasm with which he embraced his new role as the CIA's premier human experimenter. The smell of cigarette smoke seemed to follow White wherever he went, a permanent cloud that served as both his signature and his shield against a world that he viewed with deep cynicism and barely concealed contempt. I remember reading the accounts of those who worked with him during his FBN years, how they described a man who seemed to take genuine pleasure in the exercise of power over others, particularly those who were vulnerable or dependent on his discretion. When Gottlieb approached White about running what would become Operation Midnight Climax, he was offering more than just a job. He was providing an opportunity for White to indulge his deepest psychological inclinations under the protective cover of national security. The arrangement was perfect for both men. Gottlieb needed someone who could implement his theoretical frameworks without being constrained by normal ethical considerations, while White needed an institutional framework that would allow him to pursue his personal interests without legal consequences. The transformation of George White into Morgan Hall, his cover identity as a bohemian artist living in San Francisco's Telegraph Hill district, was a masterpiece of cynical deception that revealed something important about both the man and the program he was hired to run. The choice of an artistic persona was particularly telling. It suggested a deliberate mockery of the cultural values that artists typically represent, a systematic inversion of everything that creativity and human expression were supposed to embody. White's approach to his cover identity was characterized by the same casual cruelty that would define his experimental methodology. He threw himself into the role of the dissolute artist with obvious enjoyment, hosting parties where he could observe the effects of various substances on his unsuspecting guests, while maintaining the pretense of being nothing more than a colorful character in San Francisco's bohemian community. The apartment that served as his base of operations became a laboratory where human dignity was systematically violated under the guise of artistic exploration. I remember the way White documented his activities in his personal diary, entries that revealed a man who had found his true calling in the systematic degradation of other human beings. He wrote with particular satisfaction about his ability to administer drugs to people in restaurants, bars, and beaches, describing these violations as if they were practical jokes rather than serious criminal acts. There was something deeply disturbing about the casual tone he used when describing the suffering of his victims, as if their pain were nothing more than an interesting data point in an ongoing experiment. The personality assessment that identified White as a sadist was not conducted until after he had been selected for the program, a fact that raises troubling questions about the CIA's selection criteria for such sensitive work. The assessment was not treated as a disqualifying factor, but rather as confirmation that the agency had found exactly the right person for the job. The institutional decision to place a diagnosed sadist in charge of human experimentation represented a fundamental abandonment of any pretense that these operations were being conducted for legitimate scientific purposes. White's enthusiasm for his work extended far beyond the professional requirements of his position. He regularly brought his wife's friends to the safe houses, where he would dose them with various substances and observe their reactions from behind one-way mirrors. These personal experiments served no intelligence purpose and generated no useful data. They were simply opportunities for White to indulge his voyeuristic impulses, while refining his techniques for psychological manipulation and control. The safe houses that White established and operated represented a complete perversion of the normal concept of safety and security. Instead of being places where people could find protection from harm, they became locations where harm was systematically inflicted on those who were lured there under false pretenses. The very name safe house became a cruel joke, a deliberate inversion of language that perfectly captured the moral inversions that characterized the entire program. I remember reading the architectural specifications for the safe houses, how they detailed the installation of one-way mirrors and hidden microphones with the same clinical precision that might be used to describe the construction of a legitimate research facility. But the purpose of this surveillance equipment was not to protect intelligence assets or gather information about foreign adversaries. It was to enable the sexual exploitation and psychological torment of American citizens who had committed no crime other than being in the wrong place at the wrong time. The recruitment of prostitutes to serve as unwitting CIA operatives added another layer of exploitation to an already morally bankrupt operation. These women, many of whom were struggling with drug addiction or other personal problems that made them vulnerable to manipulation, were offered money and protection from law enforcement in exchange for their participation in activities that they were never fully informed about. They became both victims and victimizers, tools in a system that used their desperation as a weapon against their clients. White's method of operation was characterized by a complete disregard for the most basic principles of human dignity and legal constraint. He would instruct the prostitutes to slip various substances into their clients' drinks, then retreat to his observation post where he could watch the effects unfold while taking detailed notes on the victim's behavior. The supposedly scientific nature of these observations was undermined by White's obvious personal enjoyment of the proceedings, his tendency to treat human suffering as a form of entertainment rather than as a source of useful data. The expansion of White's operations beyond the safe houses revealed the true extent of his indifference to human welfare and legal boundaries. His diary entries describe casual experiments conducted on strangers in public places, people who had no connection to intelligence operations and posed no threat to national security. These victims were selected purely for White's convenience and curiosity, their lives disrupted or destroyed simply because they happened to encounter a man who had been given license to treat other human beings as laboratory animals. The fact that White was able to operate with complete impunity for more than a decade speaks to the institutional culture that had developed around these programs. His superiors were not merely tolerant of his excesses, they actively encouraged them, viewing his willingness to cross ethical and legal lines as evidence of his dedication to the mission rather than as a warning sign of fundamental moral corruption. I remember the accounts of former CIA personnel who worked with White during this period, how they described their growing unease with his methods and their inability to raise concerns through normal channels. The classification level of the program and the national security justifications that surrounded it effectively insulated White from oversight or accountability. He had become, in effect, a law unto himself, operating in a realm where normal, moral, and legal constraints no longer applied. The psychological profile that emerged from White's years of operation revealed a man who had found the perfect outlet for impulses that would have been considered criminal in any other context, his sadistic tendencies, his voyeuristic inclinations, and his complete lack of empathy for his victims, all combined to make him extraordinarily effective at work that required the systematic violation of human dignity and rights. The CIA had not accidentally hired a predator. They had deliberately sought out someone whose psychological makeup suited him perfectly for predatory work. The relationship between White and his CIA handlers was characterized by a mutual understanding that normal rules did not apply to their operations. His superiors provided him with the resources, protection, and institutional cover he needed to pursue his activities, while he provided them with data and operational capabilities that they believed were essential for national security. It was a partnership built on the shared assumption that the ends justified any means, no matter how extreme or morally repugnant those means might be. White's casual documentation of his crimes in official reports and personal correspondence revealed a man who had become so completely insulated from normal moral constraints that he no longer recognized his activities as criminal or unethical. He wrote about drugging innocent people with the same matter-of-fact tone that other government employees might use to describe routine administrative tasks. The bureaucratization of cruelty had reached a point where systematic human rights violations had become just another job requirement. The impact of White's activities extended far beyond the immediate victims of his experiments. The knowledge that their own government was conducting such operations had a corrosive effect on the morale and ethical standards of other intelligence personnel, many of whom began to question whether there were any limits to what might be justified in the name of national security. White's example suggested that any act, however morally reprehensible, could be sanctioned if it served the perceived interests of the intelligence community. The fact that White was eventually able to retire with full honors and benefits, despite having spent years systematically violating the rights of American citizens, represented a final institutional failure that compounded all the previous ones. The CIA's decision to protect him from legal consequences sent a clear message about the agency's priorities and values. Loyalty to personnel who carried out immoral orders was more important than justice for the victims of those orders, or accountability to the American people who had been betrayed by their own government. In the end, George White's career as the operational commander of Operation Midnight Climax revealed something fundamental about the institutional culture that had developed within American intelligence during the Cold War. He was not an aberration or an exception. He was the logical product of a system that had deliberately abandoned moral constraints in pursuit of strategic advantage. The predator in charge had not corrupted the system. The system had created the predator and set him loose on the American people. I remember the way afternoon light filtered through heavy red velvet curtains, casting everything in a warm glow that should have suggested comfort, but instead carried undertones of something far more sinister. The safe houses that George White established for Operation Midnight Climax were studies in deliberate contradiction. Upscale apartments in desirable neighborhoods that had been transformed into laboratories for the systematic violation of human dignity and trust. The Telegraph Hill duplex at 225C Chestnut Street commanded sweeping views of San Francisco Bay, the kind of panoramic vistas that real estate agents would describe in breathless superlatives. From the windows, you could watch the fog roll in from the Pacific, see the graceful span of the Bay Bridge stretching toward Oakland, observed the daily rhythm of a city that had no idea what was happening in the elegant apartment that overlooked its activities. There was something particularly obscene about conducting such dark work in a location of such natural beauty, as if the stunning surroundings were meant to provide aesthetic cover for moral ugliness. The interior design of these facilities revealed the twisted logic that governed every aspect of the operation. White had furnished the apartments with deliberate attention to creating an atmosphere that would both seduce and disorient his intended victims. The heavy red curtains that filtered the natural light served multiple purposes. They provided privacy for activities that could not bear scrutiny. They created an intimate atmosphere that might lower visitors' psychological defenses, and they helped establish the theatrical setting that White seemed to require for his performance as the bohemian artist Morgan Hall. I remember reading the inventory lists that documented the contents of these apartments, how they mixed legitimate furniture with items that revealed the true nature of what took place there. Alongside conventional sofas and coffee tables, there were sex toys displayed with calculated casualness, pornographic materials arranged to suggest the tastes of a worldly sophisticate, and what one former CIA agent later described as the most pornographic library I ever saw. These items were not random decorations, but carefully chosen props in an elaborate theatrical production designed to normalize the abnormal and make the unthinkable seem routine. The most critical elements of the safe house's design were the modifications that enabled systematic surveillance and recording of everything that took place within their walls. The one-way mirrors were installed with professional precision, their placement calculated to provide optimal viewing angles of the areas where victims would be most vulnerable. These mirrors served as windows into human degradation, allowing CIA operatives to observe intimate moments of confusion, fear, and suffering while maintaining the clinical distance that they apparently needed to justify their voyeurism as scientific research. The hidden microphones were concealed in electrical outlets, light fixtures, and other locations where they would be unlikely to attract attention from visitors who had no reason to suspect they were being recorded. The quality of the recording equipment was sophisticated for its time, capable of capturing not just conversations, but the subtle sounds of distress that might provide insights into the effectiveness of various chemical substances and psychological manipulation techniques. White's personal observation post within the Telegraph Hill safe house revealed the extent to which he had embraced his role as both scientist and voyeur. The small room from which he could monitor activities in the main apartment was equipped with all the amenities necessary for extended surveillance sessions: a mini refrigerator stocked with alcohol, a portable toilet that eliminated the need for bathroom breaks that might interrupt his observations, and comfortable seating that allowed him to watch human suffering while maintaining his own physical comfort. The installation of this surveillance infrastructure represented a significant financial investment that spoke to the institutional commitment behind Operation Midnight Climax. The cost of modifying these upscale apartments, installing sophisticated recording equipment, and maintaining them as operational facilities represented a substantial drain on CIA resources that could only be justified by the perceived importance of the intelligence being gathered through these operations. I remember the accounts of CIA personnel who visited these facilities during their operational period, how they described the atmosphere as simultaneously professional and deeply corrupted. The presence of recording equipment and observation posts gave the apartments a clinical quality that was constantly undermined by the obvious personal gratification that White and other operatives derived from their work. The pretense of scientific research became increasingly difficult to maintain, as it became clear that the voyeuristic aspects of the operation were at least as important to its participants as any intelligence that might be gathered. The geographic distribution of the safe houses reflected both operational considerations and White's personal preferences. The San Francisco locations took advantage of the city's reputation for tolerance and bohemian culture, environments where unusual behavior and unconventional lifestyles were less likely to attract unwanted attention from neighbors or local law enforcement. The Telegraph Hill and Mill Valley apartments were situated in neighborhoods where residents valued their privacy and were unlikely to ask uncomfortable questions about the activities of their neighbors. The New York facility at 81 Bedford Street in Greenwich Village served similar purposes in a different cultural context. The village's reputation as an artist's quarter provided perfect cover for White's Morgan Hall persona, allowing him to blend into a community where eccentric behavior and unconventional relationships were not just tolerated but expected. The choice of location demonstrated a sophisticated understanding of how cultural environments could be exploited. 2. Provide operational security for activities that would have attracted immediate attention in more conventional neighborhoods. The daily operations within these safe houses followed patterns that revealed the systematic nature of the human experimentation that took place there. White would typically arrive in the late afternoon, reviewing his notes from previous sessions and preparing the substances that would be administered to that evening's unwitting subjects. The prostitutes who served as unwitting CIA operatives would receive their instructions about which drugs to use and what behaviors to observe, though they were never fully informed about the true nature of their participation in government experiments. The mechanical whir of the recording equipment provided a constant background soundtrack to the human dramas that unfolded in these spaces. A reminder that every conversation, every expression of confusion or distress, every violation of privacy was being permanently documented for later analysis. The subjects of these experiments had no way of knowing that their most vulnerable moments were being recorded and studied by government employees who viewed their suffering as data points in ongoing research projects. I remember the accounts of cleanup procedures that followed each experimental session, how the apartments had to be carefully restored to their cover appearance before the next operation could be conducted. Any evidence of drug administration had to be removed, recording equipment had to be concealed, and the theatrical props of White's bohemian lifestyle had to be carefully arranged to maintain the illusion that these were simply the eccentric living spaces of an unconventional artist, rather than government facilities designed for human experimentation. The impact of these operations on the surrounding neighborhoods was carefully managed through a combination of operational security measures and community manipulation techniques. White cultivated relationships with local residents, law enforcement officials, and business owners who might be in positions to observe or report suspicious activities. His cover identity as an artist provided explanations for irregular hours, unusual visitors, and other behaviors that might otherwise have attracted unwanted attention. The psychological effect of these environments on the CIA personnel who worked in them represented an aspect of the operation that was never systematically studied, but may have been just as significant as any. Intelligence that was gathered through the experiments themselves, The constant exposure to human suffering, the normalization of activities that violated every principle of medical ethics and human decency, and the institutional pressure to treat these violations as routine professional duties had a corrupting influence that extended far beyond the immediate participants in the program. The contrast between the public facades of these apartments and their actual functions served as a metaphor for the broader moral contradictions that characterized Operation Midnight Climax and the McUltra program as a whole. Just as the elegant exteriors of the Telegraph Hill duplex concealed systematic human rights violations, the patriotic justifications for these programs concealed institutional corruption that threatened the very democratic values they claimed to protect. The eventual closure of these facilities in the mid-60s involved elaborate procedures designed to eliminate any evidence of their true purposes. The surveillance equipment was removed, the specialized furnishings were disposed of, and the apartments were returned to conventional residential use. The physical spaces that had witnessed so much human suffering were restored to innocuous normalcy, leaving no trace of the crimes that had been committed within their walls, except for the memories of those who had participated in them and the scattered documentary evidence that survived the systematic destruction of McUltra records. I remember reading the real estate records that documented the transfer of these properties back to civilian use, how they were described in language that revealed nothing about their previous functions as government experimental facilities. The apartments that had served as theaters of institutional cruelty became family homes and artist studios, their dark histories buried beneath layers of new paint and conventional domestic arrangements. The transformation of these spaces from sites of government-sanctioned human experimentation back to normal residential use represented a form of institutional amnesia that extended far beyond simple operational security. The physical erasure of evidence was accompanied by bureaucratic and legal measures designed to ensure that the full extent of what had taken place in these locations would never be publicly revealed or legally addressed. In the end, the safe houses of Operation Midnight Climax stand as monuments to the capacity of institutional power to corrupt physical spaces, just as thoroughly as it corrupts the people who work within them. The elegant apartments, with their sweeping views and carefully chosen furnishings, became laboratories for the systematic study of human vulnerability and the deliberate infliction of psychological harm. They remind us that evil does not always announce itself with obvious symbols or dramatic gestures. Sometimes it hides behind red velvet curtains in beautiful rooms with magnificent views, waiting for the innocent to walk through doors that should have led to safety, but instead led to betrayal. I remember the disorientation that comes with unexpected intoxication, that moment when reality begins to bend at the edges and the familiar world becomes something alien and threatening. But the victims of Operation Midnight Climax never had the luxury of choosing their altered states, never made the conscious decision to surrender their grip on normal perception. They were businessmen who thought they were visiting prostitutes, hospital patients who believed they were receiving legitimate medical treatment, children whose trust was systematically exploited by the very institutions that should have protected them. The methodology that George White perfected was elegant in its simplicity and monstrous in its implications. The prostitutes who worked in the Telegraph Hill and Bedford Street safe houses had been recruited through a combination of financial incentives and legal coercion. women whose own vulnerabilities made them ideal instruments for exploiting the vulnerabilities of others. They were instructed to slip various substances into their clients' drink cell SD, synthetic marijuana, barbiturates, and cocktails of chemicals whose effects even Sidney Gottlieb could only guess at, then observe the results with the detached curiosity that White demanded of his unwitting operatives. The women who participated in these operations were themselves victims, though they were never recognized as such by the CIA personnel who used them as tools of experimentation. Many were struggling with drug addiction, legal problems, or economic desperation that made White's offers of protection and payment irresistible. They became caught between their own survival needs and their growing awareness that they were participating in something profoundly wrong, though they were never fully informed about the true nature of their government employment. I remember reading the few surviving accounts from women who eventually realized what they had been involved in, how they described the gradual horror of understanding that their clients' confusion and distress were not accidental but deliberately induced. One woman, whose name was redacted from the declassified documents, described watching a businessman from Detroit spend hours talking to his reflection in the bathroom mirror, convinced that he was having a philosophical discussion with his own soul. What should have been amusing became horrifying when she realized that his experience had been chemically engineered by people who were watching from behind one-way mirrors. The clients who became unwitting subjects in these experiments represented a cross-section of American society that spoke to both the randomness of their selection and the systematic nature of their exploitation. They were traveling salesmen, military personnel on leave, tourists exploring San Francisco's nightlife, local businessmen seeking discreet companionship, ordinary men whose only crime was being in the wrong place at the wrong time. Their names were never recorded in official documents, their experiences never acknowledged, their suffering never addressed by the government that had deliberately inflicted it upon them. The expansion of White's operations beyond the safe houses revealed the true scope of his indifference to human welfare and legal constraint. His diary entries, which survived the document, purged only because they were considered personal rather than official records, describe casual experiments conducted in restaurants, bars, and public beaches throughout the San Francisco Bay Area. He would slip various substances into the drinks of strangers, then follow them to observe the effects, treating the entire city as his laboratory and its residents as his unwitting test subjects. One particularly disturbing entry describes White's decision to dose a family's drinks while they were having dinner at a popular restaurant, his clinical interest in observing how different age groups responded to the same chemical substances. The parents' confusion and the children's terror were recorded in his notes with the same dispassionate precision that other researchers might use to document the behavior of laboratory animals. The fact that he felt comfortable documenting such clear criminal activity speaks to his confidence that he would never face legal consequences for his actions. The beaches of Northern California became another testing ground for White's chemical experiments, locations where he could observe subjects in natural settings while maintaining the cover of being just another beachgoer enjoying the California sun. He developed techniques for administering drugs through food and beverages that could be easily distributed in public settings, methods that required no special equipment or suspicious behavior that might attract unwanted attention from law enforcement or potential witnesses. The psychiatric hospitals that participated in McUltra sub-projects represented perhaps the most systematic violation of medical ethics in the entire program. Patients who had voluntarily sought treatment for depression, anxiety, and other mental health conditions found themselves subjects in experiments that were designed not to cure their illnesses, but to study the furthest extremes of human psychological vulnerability. The psychiatrists who accepted CIA funding to conduct these experiments violated every principle of the Hippocratic Oath, while maintaining the pretense that they were advancing the science of mental health treatment. I remember reading the clinical records from Allen Memorial Institute in Montreal, where Dr. Ewan Cameron conducted what he euphemistically called psychic driving. Experiments on patients who had been admitted for conventional psychiatric treatment. These individuals were subjected to weeks of induced coma, massive electroshock treatments, and continuous playback of recorded messages designed to break down their existing personalities and rebuild them according to Cameron's theoretical frameworks. The patients emerged from these treatments as fundamentally different people. They emerged at all. The children who became subjects in these hospital experiments represented the ultimate violation of the trust that should exist between medical institutions and the vulnerable populations they serve. At institutions like the Sonoma State Hospital in California, researchers conducted experiments on mentally disabled children who could not understand what was being done to them and could not consent to their participation. These children were given LSD, subjected to sensory deprivation, and exposed to experimental procedures that served no therapeutic purpose, but generated data that their handlers believed might be useful for intelligence operations. Ruth Kelly's assault by George White deserves particular attention because it represents one of the few cases where we have detailed documentation of both the crime and its aftermath. Kelly was not a client of the safe houses or a patient in a psychiatric facility. She was a woman who had the misfortune to encounter White in a social setting where he decided to use her as a test subject for his latest chemical experiment. The brutality of her experience was compounded by the institutional machinery that protected White from any consequences for his criminal behavior. The attack occurred at a party where White, operating under his Morgan Hall cover identity, slipped a powerful hallucinogen into Kelly's drink and then sexually assaulted her while she was incapacitated. The CIA's response to Kelly's subsequent attempts to seek justice revealed the extent to which the agency was willing to go to protect its operatives from legal accountability. Rather than investigating her claims or disciplining White, the agency worked to discredit her testimony and ensure that her case never reached the courts. Kelly's experience illuminates the broader pattern of institutional betrayal that characterized the entire MKUltra program, the same government that claimed to be protecting American citizens from communist mind control. Techniques was systematically violating the minds and bodies of those same citizens through methods that were often more extreme than anything documented in enemy interrogation programs. The hypocrisy was not accidental but fundamental. The program could only exist by abandoning the very values it claimed to defend. The expansion of experimental activities to include children represents perhaps the most disturbing aspect of the unwitting subject program. The researchers who accepted CIA funding to experiment on minors crossed a moral line that should have been inviolable under any circumstances. These children, many of whom were already vulnerable due to mental disabilities or institutional placement, became subjects in experiments designed to determine whether human behavior could be permanently modified through chemical and psychological manipulation. The vulnerability of these child subjects made them ideal test subjects from the researcher's perspective. Since their inability to understand or report what was happening to them provided perfect operational security for experiments that would have caused public outrage if their true nature had been revealed. The institutional settings where these experiments took place, hospitals, schools, and residential facilities, provided additional cover since unusual behavior or psychological distress could be attributed to the children's existing conditions rather than to experimental interventions. I remember reading the sanitized language that researchers used to describe these experiments in their grant applications and progress reports, how they spoke of environmental manipulation and behavioral modification, without acknowledging that they were describing the systematic torture of children. The bureaucratic euphemisms served not just to conceal the true nature of the work from outside observers, but to provide psychological distance for the researchers themselves, allowing them to maintain the illusion that they were engaged in legitimate scientific inquiry rather than child abuse. The long-term effects of these experiments on their unwitting subjects were never systematically studied, partly because the subjects themselves were never systematically identified or contacted. The destruction of McCullough records in 1973 eliminated most of the documentation that might have allowed researchers to locate former subjects and assess the lasting impact of their experiences. This deliberate destruction of evidence represented a final violation of the subjects' rights, denying them even the possibility of understanding what had been done to them or seeking compensation for their suffering. The few subjects who eventually learned about their participation in these experiments faced enormous obstacles in seeking any form of justice or recognition. The classification of the program, the destruction of records, and the government's consistent denial of wrongdoing made it almost impossible for victims to prove their cases or hold their tormentors accountable. The institutional machinery that had protected the program during its operational phase continued to protect it, long after it had been officially terminated. The psychological impact of discovering that one had been an unwitting subject in government experiments was often as traumatic as the original experience itself. Former subjects described feelings of profound betrayal and violation that went beyond the immediate effects of the chemical substances or psychological manipulations they had endured. The knowledge that their own government had treated them as expendable test subjects fundamentally altered their relationship with American institutions and their understanding of their rights as citizens. The class action lawsuits that eventually emerged from the MKULTRA revelations provided some measure of legal recognition for the program's victims, though the monetary settlements were modest compared to the magnitude of the violations they had suffered. More importantly, these legal proceedings established official acknowledgement that the experiments had occurred and that they had violated both legal and ethical standards that should have protected American citizens from their own government. The broader social impact of the unwitting subject program extended far beyond its immediate victims to include family members, friends, and communities that were affected by the inexplicable changes in behavior that some subjects experienced. Marriages were destroyed, careers were ruined, and lives were fundamentally altered by experiments that served no legitimate scientific or intelligence purpose. The ripple effects of these violations spread through American society in ways that were never measured or acknowledged by the institutions responsible for causing them. The selection criteria used to identify potential subjects revealed the systematic nature of the exploitation that characterized the entire program. Researchers specifically targeted vulnerable populations, the mentally ill, the institutionalized, the economically desperate, and those who lacked social connections that might lead to questions being asked about their treatment. These targeting decisions were not accidental, but reflected a deliberate strategy of selecting victims, who were least likely to be able to protect themselves or seek redress for violations of their rights. I remember the weight of realizing that the unwitting subjects of Operation Midnight Climax were not abstract historical figures, but real people, whose lives were forever changed by their encounters with a government program that treated them as expendable resources in the pursuit of strategic advantage. Their names may have been redacted from the surviving documents, their stories may have been classified beyond recognition, but their humanity remains visible in the clinical notes that recorded their confusion, their fear, and their suffering. The prostitutes who lured them to the safe houses, the psychiatrists who experimented on them in hospitals, the researchers who observed them through one-way mirrors, all were participants in a system that had abandoned the fundamental principle that human beings possess inherent dignity that cannot be violated even in service of supposedly noble purposes. The unwitting subjects paid the price for their government's moral compromise, and their suffering stands as a permanent indictment of the institutional culture that made such violations possible. In the end, the story of the unwitting subjects is not just about the specific individuals who were harmed by McUltra experiments, but about the broader question of what happens to a society when its institutions abandon their moral foundations in pursuit of power and advantage. These victims were not casualties of war or accidents of policy. They were deliberate sacrifices to an ideology that valued strategic objectives over human dignity and national security over individual rights. Their legacy is not just in the suffering they endured, but in the lessons their experiences provide about the fragility of the protections that separates civilized society from institutional barbarism. They remind us that the capacity for evil does not require dramatic declarations or obvious villains. It can emerge from quiet offices where ordinary people make extraordinary moral compromises in service of what they convince themselves are necessary purposes. The unwitting subjects of Operation Midnight Climax deserve to be remembered not as statistics in a historical footnote, but as human beings whose trust was violated, whose dignity was trampled, and whose suffering was ignored by the very institutions that should have protected them. Their stories serve as a warning about what can happen when power operates without accountability, and a reminder that vigilance in defense of human rights is not a luxury, but a necessity in any society that claims to value individual dignity and democratic principles. Their legacy is not just in the suffering they endured, but in the lessons their experiences provide about the fragility of the protections that separates civilized society from institutional barbarism. They remind us that the capacity for evil does not require dramatic declarations or obvious villains. It can emerge from quiet offices where ordinary people make extraordinary moral compromises in service of what they convince themselves are necessary purposes. I remember the scratch of pencils against observation clipboards, the hollow sound of hypotheses that crumbled under the weight of their own moral bankruptcy. There was something particularly tragic about the makeshift laboratories where Operation Midnight Climax conducted its so-called research, the artificial lighting that never quite approximated natural illumination, the clinical language that tried to transform voyeurism into science, the careful documentation of human suffering that would ultimately prove to be worthless as intelligence data. The stated objectives of the program read like something from a science fiction novel of the era. The development of reliable truth, serums that could compel enemies to reveal their deepest secrets, the creation of Manchurian candidates who could be programmed to carry out missions without conscious awareness of their actions, the mastery of techniques that could turn human minds into instruments of American intelligence operations. These goals were presented to budget committees and congressional oversight panels with the confident assurance of men who believed they were on the verge of revolutionary breakthroughs in the understanding and control of human consciousness. But the reality that emerged from more than a decade of systematic human experimentation bore no resemblance to these grandiose promises. The safe houses that George White operated produced volumes of observational data that documented everything except genuine scientific insight. His meticulous notes recorded the effects of various chemical substances on unwitting subjects, but the information he gathered was contaminated by his own psychological pathologies and the fundamentally uncontrolled conditions under which his experiments were conducted. The search for an effective truth serum became a particularly illuminating example of how ideological commitment could blind researchers to empirical evidence. Despite years of testing various chemical combinations on thousands of unwitting subjects, the CIA never developed a substance that could reliably compel truthful responses from resistant subjects. In fact, the drugs that were most commonly used in these experiments, LSD, barbiturates, and synthetic marijuana compounds, typically made subjects less likely to provide accurate information rather than more likely. I remember reading the clinical assessments that documented the actual effects of these substances on interrogation subjects, how they consistently showed that chemical intoxication impaired, rather than enhanced, the reliability of information obtained through questioning. Subjects under the influence of LSD became focused on their internal psychological experiences rather than external questions, often providing responses that were vivid and detailed but bore no relationship to factual reality. Barbiturates and alcohol made subjects more talkative but also more prone to confabulation, filling gaps in their knowledge with elaborate fantasies that sounded convincing but were entirely fictional. The failure of these chemical approaches to interrogation was recognized early in the program by researchers who maintained some commitment to genuine scientific methodology. But the institutional momentum behind MKUltra was too strong to be derailed by inconvenient empirical evidence. Instead of abandoning ineffective techniques, the program's administrators simply expanded their research into more exotic areas, pursuing increasingly bizarre theories about consciousness manipulation that had even less basis in legitimate scientific understanding. The concept of the Manchurian candidate, a person who could be programmed to perform complex actions while remaining unaware of their manipulation, represented the ultimate expression of the program's divorce from scientific reality. Despite extensive experimentation involving hypnosis, drug-induced amnesia, and various forms of psychological conditioning, researchers never succeeded in creating a single reliable example of such programmed behavior. The human mind proved far more resilient to external control than the program's architects had anticipated, and far more complex than their crude, theoretical models could accommodate. Sidney Gottlieb's personal conviction that LSD represented the key to the universe led to experiments that were more mystical than scientific in their approach to consciousness research. His belief that the drug could dissolve the boundaries of individual identity and allow for the reconstruction of personality at will was never subjected to rigorous testing or peer review. Instead, it became a kind of institutional dogma that shaped experimental design and interpretation of results in ways that made genuine scientific discovery virtually impossible. The contamination of research by the personal interests and psychological pathologies of the experimenters became most obvious in White's operations, where the pretense of scientific objectivity was gradually abandoned in favor of activities that served no intelligence purpose but provided opportunities for voyeuristic gratification. His observation of subjects through one-way mirrors was supposed to generate insights into human behavior under chemical influence, but his notes reveal a man who was far more interested in the sexual aspects of what he witnessed than in any information that might be useful for intelligence operations. The expansion of experiments beyond the controlled environment of the safe houses further undermined any claim to scientific validity. White's casual dosing of strangers in restaurants and public spaces produced no usable data about drug effects or behavioral modification, but it did satisfy his apparent need to exercise power over other people without their knowledge or consent. These activities were documented in his personal diary with the same clinical language that he used for official reports, as if the scientific vocabulary could somehow transform criminal acts into legitimate research. I remember the accounts of CIA personnel who visited the safe houses during their operational period and were disturbed by the obvious disconnect between the program's stated scientific objectives and the reality of what was taking place there. Former agents described environments that had more in common with bordellos than with legitimate research facilities, places where the boundaries between intelligence gathering and personal gratification had been completely erased. The psychiatric hospitals that participated in McUltra sub-projects represented an even more systematic failure of scientific methodology. Researchers like Ewan Cameron at the Allen Memorial Institute conducted experiments that were designed not to test specific hypotheses about consciousness or behavior, but to explore the furthest extremes of what could be done to human minds without killing their subjects. His psychic driving techniques were based on theoretical frameworks that had no basis in established psychological or neurological research, but they were pursued with the fanatical dedication of someone who believed he was pioneering revolutionary therapeutic methods. Cameron's experiments involved subjecting patients to weeks of induced coma, massive doses of LSD, continuous electroshock treatments, and the repetitive playback of recorded messages designed to break down existing personality structures. The patients who survived these procedures often emerged with severe cognitive impairment, memory loss, and psychological trauma that persisted for years or decades after their treatment had ended. But from Cameron's perspective, these devastating effects were not treatment failures, but successful demonstrations of the malleability of human consciousness. The children who became subjects in these hospital experiments were exposed to procedures that served no therapeutic purpose and generated no useful scientific data. The researchers who experimented on mentally disabled children at institutions like Sonoma State Hospital were not investigating specific hypotheses about child development or learning, but simply testing whether the behavioral modification techniques that had failed with adult subjects might be more effective with younger, more vulnerable populations. The documentation of these experiments reveals research methodologies that violated every principle of scientific investigation. Control groups were rarely established, variables were not properly isolated, and results were interpreted in ways that confirmed pre-existing beliefs rather than testing them against empirical evidence. The researchers involved in these programs were not engaged in legitimate scientific inquiry, but in elaborate exercises in wishful thinking that used scientific language to disguise fundamentally unscientific approaches to human experimentation. The failure of McCullough to achieve any of its stated objectives became increasingly obvious to program administrators as the 1960s progressed. Internal reviews conducted by the CIA's own personnel documented the complete absence of useful intelligence techniques or reliable behavioral modification methods that had emerged from more than a decade of intensive research and massive financial investment. The program had consumed millions of dollars and destroyed countless lives while producing nothing of value to American intelligence operations. Gottlieb's eventual admission that the entire McCullough program had been useless represented a moment of rare honesty from someone who had devoted his career to pursuing techniques that existed more in the realm of fantasy than in scientific reality. But this admission came only after the program had been officially terminated, and its records had been largely destroyed, when there was no longer any institutional pressure to maintain the fiction that the research had been scientifically valid or operationally useful. The corruption of legitimate scientific institutions through their participation in McCullough represented one of the program's most lasting forms of damage. Universities and hospitals that accepted CIA funding for human experimentation compromised their institutional integrity and violated the trust of patients and students who had no idea they were being used as subjects in government programs. The researchers who participated in these activities often justified their involvement by claiming that they were advancing scientific understanding, but the reality was that they were participating in systematic violations of research ethics that set back legitimate inquiry into consciousness and behavior by decades. I remember reading the post-program assessments that attempted to evaluate what, if anything, had been learned from years of human experimentation conducted under McCullough auspices. These reviews consistently concluded that the program had failed to produce any reliable techniques for consciousness manipulation, behavioral control, or enhanced interrogation. The massive investment in chemical and psychological research had yielded nothing more useful than confirmation of what legitimate researchers already knew, that human consciousness is far too complex to be controlled through crude chemical or psychological manipulation. The transformation of scientific curiosity into sadistic voyeurism was perhaps most clearly illustrated in the evolution of George White's activities over the course of his involvement with the program. What had begun as supposedly rigorous observation of drug effects on human subjects gradually degenerated into little more than the systematic exploitation of vulnerable people for personal gratification. The scientific pretenses were maintained in official reports, but White's own diary entries reveal a man who had long since abandoned any genuine interest in research in favor of activities that served his psychological needs rather than intelligence objectives. The institutional willingness to accept obviously worthless research results, as long as they were presented in appropriately scientific language, revealed something disturbing about the culture that had developed within the CIA during this period. Program administrators seemed more concerned with maintaining the appearance of scientific rigor than with actually achieving scientific results, more interested in justifying continued funding than in honestly evaluating the effectiveness of the techniques being developed. The destruction of McUltra records in 1973 eliminated most of the documentary evidence that might have allowed for systematic evaluation of the program's scientific contributions, but the scattered materials that survived provide overwhelming evidence that the entire enterprise was scientifically bankrupt from its inception. The research was poorly designed, inadequately controlled, and contaminated by the personal interests of researchers who were more interested in exploring their own psychological pathologies than in advancing legitimate scientific understanding. The few McUltra techniques that did find their way into operational use were invariably those that involved straightforward chemical or physical coercion, rather than the sophisticated consciousness manipulation that the program had promised to deliver. Torture techniques that had been known for centuries were given scientific-sounding names and presented as breakthrough developments in interrogation methodology, but they represented no genuine advance in either scientific understanding or intelligence capability. In the end, the scientific legacy of Operation Midnight Climax and the broader McUltra program consists primarily of negative results, demonstrations of what does not work, rather than discoveries of what does. The program's failure to achieve any of its stated objectives might have been valuable scientific information if it had been conducted according to legitimate research protocols and reported honestly in peer-reviewed publications. Instead, the negative results were buried along with evidence of the human rights violations that had produced them, ensuring that future researchers would have no way to learn from the program's failures or avoid repeating its mistakes. The transformation of scientific methodology into a tool for justifying systematic human rights violations represents one of the most troubling aspects of the entire McUltra enterprise. The language of research and the pretense of scientific objectivity provided cover for activities that were fundamentally anti-scientific in their approach to human experimentation and their disregard for empirical evidence. The scientists who participated in these programs betrayed not only their research subjects but the scientific method itself, using the prestige and authority of legitimate research to disguise activities that belonged more in the category of organized torture than scientific investigation. The hollow sound of failed hypotheses still echoes through the declassified documents that survived the program's destruction, a reminder that the pursuit of impossible goals through immoral means is likely to produce nothing more than the corruption of everyone involved in the effort. The science that never was remains a cautionary tale about what happens when institutional pressure, ideological commitment, and personal pathology combine to override the ethical and methodological constraints that make genuine scientific progress possible. In retrospect, the complete failure of McUltra to produce any usable intelligence techniques or reliable behavioral modification methods was entirely predictable given the program's fundamental methodological flaws and ethical violations. the human mind cannot be controlled through crude chemical manipulation, any more than human behavior can be permanently modified through torture and psychological abuse. The researchers who participated in these experiments were pursuing fantasies rather than investigating scientific realities, and their failure was guaranteed by their refusal to acknowledge the complexity and resilience of human consciousness. The institutional amnesia that followed the program's termination ensured that the lessons of its failure would not be preserved or transmitted to future generations of researchers and policymakers. The destruction of records and the classification of surviving materials created a deliberate gap in institutional memory that made it possible for similar violations to occur in other contexts without the benefit of learning from McLeod's comprehensive failure to achieve its stated objectives. The science that never was serves as a permanent reminder that the corruption of legitimate research methodology in service of institutional power represents one of the greatest threats to both scientific progress and human dignity. When researchers abandon the ethical constraints and methodological rigor that define legitimate scientific inquiry, they cease to be scientists and become participants in activities that are fundamentally incompatible with the search for truth that should define their profession. I remember the crack of hotel window glass on a cold November morning in 1953, the sound that marked the end of one man's life and the beginning of a family's decades-long quest for truth. The Statler Hotel in New York City had witnessed countless arrivals and departures in its years of operation, but few as final or as mysterious as the one that occurred in room 1018A, when Dr. Frank Rudolph Olson plunged through the window and fell 10 stories to the street below. The official story, as it was initially told to Olson's widow Alice and their 3 young children, was straightforward in its tragic simplicity. Frank had been in New York on government business, had suffered what appeared to be a nervous breakdown, and had taken his own life in a moment of psychological crisis that no one could have predicted or prevented. The family was assured that his death was a personal tragedy that had nothing to do with his work as a biological warfare scientist at Fort Detrick, Maryland, and everything to do with mental instability that had apparently manifested suddenly and without warning. But even in the immediate aftermath of Olson's death, there were details that didn't align with the official narrative. The weight of unanswered questions began to accumulate almost immediately. Why had he been in New York without informing his family of his travel plans? Why had he been accompanied by a CIA agent named Robert Lashbrook, who claimed to have been asleep when Olson went through the window? And why did the circumstances of his death seem to contradict everything his family knew about his character and mental state? Frank Olson had been, by all accounts, a devoted family man and a dedicated scientist, who had found his calling in the complex intersection of biology and national defense. His work at Fort Detrick involved research into biological warfare agents and defensive measures against such weapons, research that he approached with the methodical precision and ethical seriousness that characterized his entire professional career. He was not the type of man who made impulsive decisions or who suffered from the kind of psychological instability that might lead to sudden self-destruction. I remember reading the personnel files that documented Olson's career progression from his early work in agricultural research through his recruitment into the biological warfare program during World War II. His colleagues consistently described him as competent, reliable, and ethically grounded qualities that made him particularly valuable in work that required both scientific expertise and moral judgment. He understood the terrible potential of the weapons he was helping to develop, but he also understood the necessity of such research in a world where America's enemies were pursuing similar capabilities. The retreat at Deep Creek Lake, Maryland, in November 1953, was presented as a routine planning session for personnel from Fort Detrick's Special Operations Division and their CIA counterparts. The agenda included discussions of ongoing research projects, budget allocations, and personnel matters, the kind of mundane administrative business that characterizes most government meetings. But this particular gathering would prove to be anything but routine, though the participants had no way of knowing that Sidney Gottlieb had decided to use the occasion for one of his unauthorized experiments in consciousness manipulation. The decision to dose the retreat participants with LSD without their knowledge represented a violation of both professional ethics and personal trust that went beyond even the normal boundaries of the McUltra program. These were not unwitting subjects selected from vulnerable populations, but colleagues and fellow government employees who had every reason to expect that their food and beverages would be safe to consume. Gottlieb's choice to experiment on his professional peers revealed the extent to which his commitment to chemical research had overridden his capacity for normal human relationships. The aftermath of Olson's unwitting LSD experience was documented in the careful, clinical language that characterized all McUltra reports, but the bureaucratic prose could not completely obscure the human reality of what had occurred. Olson's reaction to the drug was immediate and severe. He became agitated, paranoid, and deeply disturbed by experiences that his scientific training had not prepared him to understand or integrate. The man who had spent his career studying the effects of biological agents on living systems was now experiencing firsthand what it meant to have his own biological systems disrupted by substances he had not chosen to ingest. The paranoid spiral that consumed Olson in the days following the retreat was characterized by a growing conviction that his work had been compromised, that his colleagues could not be trusted, and that he was in immediate physical danger from people who had previously been friends and professional associates. His wife, Alice, later described watching her husband transform from a confident, capable scientist into a frightened, confused man who seemed to be seeing threats everywhere he looked. I remember the accounts of Olson's colleagues who observed his deteriorating mental state in the weeks following the retreat, how they described a man who had become obsessed with what he perceived as moral compromises in his work and institutional betrayals by his superiors. His growing awareness of the human experimentation programs that were being conducted with Fort Detrick resources had apparently created a crisis of conscience that was compounded by the psychological effects of his unwitting LSD experience. The decision to take Olson to New York for psychiatric consultation was presented as a compassionate response to his obvious psychological distress. But the choice of consultant and the circumstances of the trip raised questions that would persist for decades. Rather than arranging for treatment with a military psychiatrist who would have been familiar with the security requirements of Olson's work, his handlers decided to consult with Harold Abramson, a physician who was already involved in CIA research and who would be unlikely to ask uncomfortable questions about the source of his patients' psychological problems. The Statler hotel room, where Olson spent his final night, was not a medical facility, but a standard commercial accommodation that was poorly suited for monitoring someone in psychological crisis. Robert Lashbrook, the CIA agent who accompanied Olson, was not a medical professional and had no training in suicide prevention or psychiatric emergency response. The arrangement seemed designed more to maintain security than to provide effective treatment for a man who was obviously in severe psychological distress. The events of November 28, 1953, remain shrouded in contradictions and unexplained details that have never been satisfactorily resolved, despite decades of investigation by family members, journalists, and congressional committees. Lashbrook's account of being awakened by the sound of breaking glass and finding Olson gone has been challenged by evidence, suggesting that the window was broken from the outside rather than from within, and that Olson's injuries were inconsistent with a simple fall from the hotel window. The immediate response to Olson's death involved a level of institutional coordination that seemed disproportionate to what should have been treated as a tragic but straightforward case of suicide by a government employee. The CIA's involvement in the investigation, the restrictions placed on the family's access to information about Olson's final days, and the immediate classification of materials related to his death all suggested that there was more to the story than the official account acknowledged. Alice Olson's attempts to understand her husband's death were systematically frustrated by institutional barriers that prevented her from accessing the information she needed to make sense of what had happened. The officials who spoke with her provided condolences and assurances that everything possible had been done to help her husband, but they consistently refused to provide specific details about the circumstances that had led to his psychological crisis or his presence in New York at the time of his death. The family's financial situation in the aftermath of Olson's death was complicated by questions about whether his death should be classified as a suicide or as a work-related fatality that would qualify for enhanced benefits. The government's eventual decision to provide additional compensation was accompanied by requirements for confidentiality agreements that prevented the family from discussing the circumstances of Olson's death or pursuing further investigation into what had happened to him. I remember the weight of the decades that passed between Olson's death and the first public acknowledgement that his case was connected to CIA experimentation programs. The Olson family lived for more than 20 years with unanswered questions and a growing sense that they had never been told. The truth about what had happened to their husband and father, the 1975 revelation that Olson had been an unwitting subject in LSD. Experiments provided the first piece of evidence that their suspicions had been justified. The meeting between the Olson family and President Gerald Ford in 1975 was intended to provide closure to a case that had become an embarrassment to the CIA and the Ford administration. The presidential apology and the financial settlement that accompanied it were presented as appropriate responses to a tragic case of government overreach, but they were also clearly designed to discourage further investigation into the specific circumstances of Olson's death. Eric Olson's decision to pursue the truth about his father's death, despite the government's attempts to close the case, represented a commitment to justice that would consume much of his adult life. His investigation into the details of his father's final days revealed inconsistencies and contradictions that suggested the official account of suicide was at best incomplete and at worst a deliberate cover-up of something far more sinister. The 1994 exhumation of Frank Olson's remains represented a turning point in the family's quest for truth. providing the first physical evidence that contradicted the official account of his death. The forensic examination conducted by James Starrs revealed injuries that were inconsistent with a fall from the hotel window and more consistent with blunt force trauma that had occurred before Olson went through the glass. The skull fracture that was discovered during the examination suggested that Olson had been struck on the head with considerable force, possibly rendering him unconscious before he fell from the window. The implications of these forensic findings were staggering. They suggested that Frank Olson had not committed suicide but had been murdered, possibly to prevent him from revealing information about CIA programs that his handlers considered too sensitive to risk exposure. The transformation of Olson's death from a tragic case of drug-induced suicide to a possible assassination represented a fundamental shift in understanding of how far the CIA was willing to go to protect its most sensitive operations. The institutional response to these new forensic findings was characterized by the same pattern of denial and deflection that had marked the government's handling of the Olson case for decades. Rather than reopening the investigation or acknowledging the possibility that their original conclusions had been incorrect, officials continued to maintain that Olson's death was a suicide and that the forensic evidence was inconclusive or had been misinterpreted. I remember reading Eric Olson's accounts of his conversations with former CIA personnel who had known his father, how these individuals consistently refused to provide information that might clarify the circumstances of Olson's death. The institutional culture of secrecy that had protected the MKUltra program during its operational phase continued to protect it decades later, even when the continuation of that secrecy meant prolonging the suffering of Olson's family and preventing any possibility of justice for his death. The broader implications of the Olson case extended far beyond the specific circumstances of one man's death to include fundamental questions about the accountability of intelligence agencies and the protection of government employees who might witness or object to illegal activities. If Olson had indeed been murdered to prevent him from exposing CIA programs, then his death represented not just a personal tragedy, but an institutional threat to anyone who might consider speaking out against government wrongdoing. The legal obstacles that prevented the Olson family from obtaining justice in the courts reflected the broader pattern of institutional protection that characterized the government's response to MKUltra revelations. The combination of classification restrictions, statute of limitations defenses, and sovereign immunity claims created a legal environment in which government agencies could commit serious crimes with virtual impunity, as long as they could maintain secrecy for a sufficient period of time. The cold morning air that Frank Olson breathed in his final moments carried with it the weight of secrets that were considered too dangerous to expose. Knowledge that his handlers believed was worth killing to protect. His death marked not just the end of one man's life, but the beginning of a cover-up that would persist for generations. A systematic effort to ensure that the truth about CIA experimentation programs would remain buried along with their victims. The sound of breaking glass that marked Olson's final moments continues to echo through the declassified documents and congressional testimony that eventually exposed the MKUltra program to public scrutiny. His death serves as a reminder that the human cost of these programs extended beyond the unwitting subjects, who were experimented upon to include the scientists and administrators, who became liabilities when their knowledge or their consciences made them threats to institutional security. In the end, Frank Olson's fall from the Statler Hotel window represents more than just a single tragic death. It symbolizes the complete moral collapse of institutions that had convinced themselves that any action, including murder, could be justified in service of national security objectives. The weight of his unanswered questions continues to press down on a government that has never fully acknowledged the extent of its betrayal of the people it was sworn to protect, and his family's quest for truth stands as a testament to the persistent power of love and justice in the face of institutional corruption and deliberate deception. The institutional machinery that had been designed to protect national security had instead become a mechanism for protecting institutional crimes, ensuring that the people responsible for Olson's death would never face legal accountability for their actions. The classification systems, legal immunities, and bureaucratic procedures that were supposed to serve legitimate security purposes had been perverted into tools for concealing murder and obstructing justice. The legacy of Frank Olson's death extends beyond the specific circumstances of one man's murder to encompass broader questions about the moral limits of government power and the protection of individual conscience in the face of institutional pressure to participate in illegal activities. His story serves as a warning about what can happen when national security becomes divorced from moral accountability, and his family's decades-long quest for truth stands as a beacon of hope for all those who refuse to accept official lies in place of justice. I remember the weight of legal documents, how they felt different in your hands, when they contained not laws, but the systematic violation of every principle those laws were meant to protect. There was something particularly haunting about reading the constitutional amendments and international treaties that should have prevented programs like Operation Midnight Climax, seeing how carefully crafted protections had been rendered meaningless by the simple expedient of classifying their violation as matters of national security. The Nuremberg Code, drafted in 1947 in direct response to the medical experiments conducted by Nazi physicians, established 10 fundamental principles for ethical human experimentation. The first and most important of these principles stated unequivocally that the voluntary consent of the human subject is absolutely essential. This meant not merely that subjects should agree to participate, but that they should be fully informed about the nature, duration, and purpose of the experiments, as well as any risks they might face as a result of their participation. Every experiment conducted under McUltra violated this fundamental principle. The unwitting subjects who were dosed with LSD in George White's safe houses had given no consent of any kind. They were not even aware that they were participating in experiments. The patients who were subjected to Ewan Cameron's psychic driving techniques at the Allen Memorial Institute had consented to psychiatric treatment, not to experimental procedures that would destroy their memories and personalities. The children who became test subjects at institutions like Sonoma State Hospital were incapable of giving meaningful consent and had no advocates who might have protected their interests. The hollow sound of violated oaths echoes through every aspect of the McUltra program, but nowhere more clearly than in the participation of medical professionals who had sworn to first do no harm. The Hippocratic Oath, which had governed medical practice for more than 2 millennia, required physicians to prioritize the welfare of their patients above all other considerations. The doctors who accepted CIA funding to conduct experiments on unwitting subjects had abandoned this fundamental commitment in favor of research objectives that served intelligence rather than healing purposes. I remember reading the correspondence between CIA administrators and the medical professionals who participated in these programs, how the language of healing was systematically corrupted to serve purposes that were antithetical to medical ethics. Patients became subjects, treatment became experimentation, and therapeutic relationships became opportunities for data collection that served no medical purpose. The transformation was so complete that some participants seemed to lose sight of the fact that they were dealing with human beings rather than laboratory materials. The constitutional protections that should have prevented government agencies from experimenting on American citizens without their knowledge were circumvented through a combination of secrecy and legal sophistry that revealed the fundamental weakness of rights that depend on institutional good faith for their enforcement. The Fourth Amendment's prohibition against unreasonable searches and seizures was rendered meaningless when the search involved chemical substances that left no trace and the seizure involved temporary control over victims' consciousness rather than their physical persons. The Fifth Amendment's guarantee that no person should be compelled to be a witness against themselves took on a particularly sinister meaning in the context of MKULT-RAS, Search for Effective Truth Serums. The CIA's efforts to develop chemical substances that could compel truthful testimony represented a direct assault on the constitutional principle that individuals could not be forced to incriminate themselves. The fact that these efforts ultimately failed does not diminish the significance of the constitutional violation they represented. The Eighth Amendment's prohibition of cruel and unusual punishment was violated not just by the specific techniques used in these experiments, but by the fundamental concept of punishing people who had committed no crime other than being in the wrong place at the wrong time. The unwitting subjects of McCullough experiments were subjected to psychological torture without trial, conviction, or even accusation of wrongdoing. Their suffering was inflicted not as punishment for past actions, but as a means of gathering information that might prove useful in future operations. The silence where ethical voices should have spoken was perhaps the most disturbing aspect of the entire program. The medical professionals, university administrators, and government officials who knew about these experiments had multiple opportunities to raise objections or refuse to participate. But the institutional culture that surrounded McCullough effectively silenced dissent through a combination of patriotic appeals, financial incentives, and implicit threats to career advancement. The American Medical Association, which should have been the primary institutional voice defending medical ethics, remained largely silent about CIA experimentation programs even after their existence became public knowledge. The organization's failure to condemn these activities or to discipline the physicians who had participated in them sent a clear message that professional ethics was subordinate to national security considerations when the two came into conflict. I remember the way legal scholars struggled to categorize the violations represented by McCullough within existing frameworks for understanding government misconduct. The program seemed to exist in a legal gray area that had been created by the intersection of national security secrecy, medical research, and criminal activity. Traditional concepts of assault, false imprisonment, and administering poison were complicated by the fact that the perpetrators were government employees, acting under official authorization even if that authorization had been obtained through misrepresentation of the program's true nature. The international legal implications of McAltra were equally troubling, particularly in light of the United States' role in establishing the legal frameworks that governed human experimentation in the aftermath of World War II. The Geneva Conventions and other international agreements that the U.S. had helped to draft and ratify contained explicit prohibitions against the kind of medical experimentation that was being conducted on American citizens under CIA. The violation of informed consent principles went beyond simple procedural failures to represent a fundamental rejection of the concept that human beings possess inherent dignity that cannot be violated even in service of supposedly noble purposes. The researchers who participated in McAltra treated their subjects as means to an end rather than as ends in themselves, reducing human beings to the status of laboratory animals whose suffering could be justified by the potential benefits that might accrue to others. The betrayal of medical ethics was compounded by the systematic deception that characterized the entire program. Medical professionals who should have been healing agents became instruments of harm, using their positions of trust to gain access to vulnerable populations, who had no reason to suspect that their doctors and therapists were actually intelligence operatives conducting experiments that served no therapeutic purpose. The legal doctrine of informed consent, which had been developing in American jurisprudence throughout the 20th century, was completely ignored by McAltra researchers who believed that national security considerations overrode any obligation to inform subjects about the nature or risks of experimental procedures. The concept that patients had a right to make autonomous decisions about their own medical treatment was treated as an obstacle to be overcome rather than as a fundamental principle to be respected. I remember reading the legal memoranda that CIA attorneys prepared to justify human experimentation without informed consent, how they constructed elaborate arguments that national security emergencies could override constitutional protections and international legal obligations. These documents reveal a legal philosophy that was fundamentally authoritarian in its willingness to subordinate individual rights to state power, even when that state power was being exercised in ways that violated the most basic principles of democratic governance. The failure of oversight mechanisms represented another fundamental breakdown in the legal and ethical frameworks that should have prevented McAltra from ever being implemented. The congressional committees that were supposed to monitor intelligence activities were either not informed about these programs or were misled about their true nature. The executive branch officials who authorized these activities either failed to understand what they were approving or chose to ignore the legal and ethical implications of their decisions. The classification system that protected MKULTRA from public scrutiny also protected it from the kind of legal review that might have identified constitutional and ethical violations before they caused irreparable harm. The compartmentalization of information that was necessary for operational security also prevented anyone from developing a comprehensive understanding of the program's scope and implications until long after the damage had been done. The institutional culture that developed around these programs treated legal and ethical constraints as obstacles to be circumvented, rather than as fundamental principles that defined the boundaries of acceptable government action. The national security justification became a kind of universal solvent that could dissolve any moral or legal barrier that stood in the way of desired objectives. The cold language of legal violations, when applied to McUltra, reveals the systematic nature of the constitutional breakdown that the program represented. These were not isolated incidents or accidental oversights, but deliberate decisions to abandon the legal and ethical frameworks that distinguished democratic governments from totalitarian regimes. The violations were not incidental to the program's objectives, but were essential to its implementation. The betrayal of sacred trusts extended beyond the immediate victims of McUltra experiments to include the American people as a whole, who had placed their faith in institutions that claimed to be protecting democratic values while systematically violating them. The discovery that their own government had been conducting the kind of human experiments that had been condemned at Nuremberg represented a fundamental breach of the social contract that binds citizens to their government. The institutional silence where moral voices should have objected revealed the extent to which the national security apparatus had become insulated from the normal constraints that govern democratic institutions. The checks and balances that were supposed to prevent government overreach had been neutralized by secrecy, compartmentalization, and the willingness of officials at every level to defer to national security arguments, regardless of their moral or legal merit. I remember the weight of realizing that the legal protections that Americans had assumed would shield them from government abuse were only as strong as the institutional commitment to honor them. When that commitment was abandoned in favor of expedience and perceived necessity, the most carefully crafted constitutional provisions became nothing more than words on parchment, powerless to protect the citizens they were meant to serve. The transformation of healing into harm, of protection into predation, and of service into exploitation represented violations that went beyond legal categories to touch something fundamental about the relationship between government and citizen in a democratic society. The sacred trusts that had been betrayed were not just legal agreements, but moral covenants that defined what it meant to be part of a civilized community. The hollow echo of violated oaths continues to resonate through the institutional structures that allowed McUltra to exist. A reminder that the most sophisticated legal frameworks are meaningless without the moral commitment to honor them. The betrayal of sacred trusts represented by these programs serves as a permanent warning about the fragility of the protections that separate democratic governance from tyranny, and the constant vigilance that is required to maintain the boundaries that keep power accountable to the people it is meant to serve. I remember the mechanical sound of document shredders working through the night, the industrial hum of institutional memory being systematically destroyed. There was something particularly ominous about the smell of burning papers that drifted through the corridors of CIA headquarters in the early 1970s, the acrid scent of secrets being consumed by flames that were meant to ensure they would never see daylight. The destruction was not random or panicked, but methodical and comprehensive, carried out with the same bureaucratic precision that had characterized the programs being erased from the historical record. The decision to destroy the McUltra files represented more than simple operational security. It was an acknowledgement that the programs had crossed lines that could never be publicly defended, that the institutional survival of the Central Intelligence Agency might depend on ensuring that the full extent of human experimentation conducted under its auspices would never be revealed. The men who ordered this destruction understood that they were not merely protecting classified information, but erasing evidence of systematic criminal activity that had continued for more than 2 decades. The 1963 Inspector General report that first recommended scaling back MKUltra operations was itself a damning indictment of the program's failures and excesses, though its language was carefully calibrated to avoid explicit acknowledgement of criminal wrongdoing. The report noted that the program had failed to produce any reliable techniques for consciousness control or behavioral manipulation, that research methodologies were inadequate by scientific standards, and that operational security had been compromised by personnel who were more interested in personal gratification than in intelligence objectives. But even this internal critique, devastating as it was to the program's scientific and operational credibility, focused primarily on efficiency and effectiveness, rather than on the legal and ethical violations that had characterized MKUltra from its inception. The Inspector General's office was apparently more concerned with the program's failure to achieve its stated objectives than with the human rights violations that had been committed in pursuit of those objectives. I remember reading the correspondence between CIA administrators and program managers in the wake of the Inspector General report. How they discussed the need to wind down operations while maintaining plausible deniability about what those operations had actually entailed. The language was carefully neutral, discussing research activities and behavioral studies without acknowledging that these euphemisms described systematic torture and human experimentation conducted on American citizens without their knowledge or consent. The gradual scaling back of MKUltra operations throughout the 1960s was presented as a natural evolution in intelligence priorities, rather than as a response to moral and legal concerns about the program's methods. Sidney Gottlieb and other program administrators spoke of changing strategic requirements and new research directions, as if the decision to reduce human experimentation was driven by operational considerations rather than by growing awareness that the program represented an institutional liability of enormous proportions. George White's retirement from active operations in 1966 marked the end of the most egregious phase of Operation Midnight Climax, but his departure was handled in ways that ensured his silence about activities that could have destroyed careers and triggered criminal prosecutions if they had become public knowledge. His pension and benefits were protected, his service record was sanitized, and he was provided with informal assurances that his past activities would remain classified indefinitely. The institutional decision to protect White from legal consequences sent a clear message about the CIA's priorities and values loyalty to personnel, who had carried out morally questionable orders, was more important than accountability to the American people who had been victimized by those orders. The agency that claimed to be protecting democratic values was willing to subvert democratic institutions to protect itself from the consequences of its own actions. The hollow echo of empty filing cabinets became a recurring sound in the chemical division offices, as the systematic destruction of MKUltra records accelerated in the early 1970s. The process was not haphazard but carefully planned to ensure that maximum documentation would be eliminated, while maintaining minimal records for administrative and budgetary purposes. The goal was to erase not just specific operational details, but the entire institutional memory of programs that had defined American intelligence activities for more than 20 years. Richard Helms's 1973 order to destroy all remaining MKUltra files represented the culmination of a decade-long effort to bury evidence, of the CIA's human experimentation programs. Helms, who was retiring as Director of Central Intelligence, apparently decided that his legacy and the agency's future would be better served by eliminating documentary evidence of activities that could never be publicly justified or legally defended. The timing of this destruction order was not coincidental. Helms was leaving office just as congressional and journalistic investigations into intelligence activities were beginning to intensify, and he clearly understood that comprehensive documentation of McUltra would provide devastating ammunition for critics who were already questioning the CIA's accountability and oversight. The destruction of files was essentially a preemptive strike against future investigations that might threaten the institutional foundations of American intelligence operations. I remember the accounts of CIA personnel who participated in the document destruction, how they described the surreal experience of feeding decades of institutional memory into shredders and furnaces while maintaining the pretense that they were conducting routine administrative housekeeping. The psychological impact of deliberately erasing evidence of their own professional activities was never formally studied, but former employees described feelings of complicity and guilt that persisted long after the last documents had been destroyed. The miraculous survival of a small cache of financial documents that had been misfiled in budgetary rather than operational records represented the only remaining documentary evidence of programs that had consumed millions of dollars and destroyed countless lives. These 7 boxes of invoices, receipts, and payment authorizations had escaped destruction purely by accident. They were stored in the wrong filing system and were overlooked during the systematic purge that eliminated virtually all other evidence of McUltra activities. The discovery of these surviving documents during a 1977 Freedom of Information Act search was described by CIA personnel as an unfortunate oversight, but their survival provided the documentary foundation for every subsequent investigation into the agency's human experimentation programs. Without these accidentally preserved financial records, the full scope of McUltra might never have been revealed to the American people or acknowledged by their government. The sound of bureaucratic machinery working to hide its own crimes echoed through every aspect of the cover-up that followed the document destruction. Legal strategies were developed to minimize the agency's liability for past actions. Public relations campaigns were designed to frame any revelations as ancient history that bore no relevance to contemporary operations, and legislative initiatives were crafted to provide retroactive immunity for activities that might otherwise have triggered criminal prosecutions. The institutional response to growing public interest in CIA activities was characterized by a carefully calibrated combination of limited disclosure and strategic denial. Enough information was released to satisfy congressional investigators and journalistic inquiries, but the most damaging details were withheld or redacted to protect both institutional interests and individual personnel who had participated in questionable activities. The weight of secrets that almost succeeded in staying buried was evident in every aspect of the CIA's response to external pressure for accountability and transparency. The agency's approach was not to deny that problematic activities had occurred, but to minimize their significance, limit their scope, and emphasize the national security context that had supposedly justified whatever excesses might have taken place. I remember reading the carefully crafted public statements that CIA officials prepared in response to initial media reports about human experimentation programs, how they acknowledged regrettable activities while avoiding any language that might suggest criminal liability or systematic institutional failure. The statements were masterpieces of bureaucratic evasion, designed to provide the appearance of cooperation while revealing as little substantive information as possible. The legal strategies developed to protect the CIA from civil lawsuits filed by MKUltra victims were based primarily on classification and national security, claims that prevented full disclosure of the evidence needed to prove systematic violations of constitutional and statutory rights. The combination of destroyed documentation, classified operational details, and sovereign immunity claims created an almost insurmountable barrier for victims seeking legal redress for government-sponsored human experimentation. The few surviving victims who were able to obtain financial settlements from the government were required to sign confidentiality agreements that prevented them from discussing the full extent of what had been done to them or pursuing further legal action against the personnel who had conducted the experiments. These agreements ensured that even successful legal challenges would not result in comprehensive public disclosure of the program's scope and methods. The institutional amnesia that followed the document destruction was not accidental, but carefully constructed to ensure that future CIA personnel would have no detailed knowledge of past human experimentation programs and would therefore be unable to provide information that might compromise ongoing legal and political strategies for managing the agency's historical liabilities. The transformation of MKUltra from an active operational program to a buried historical footnote was accomplished through a combination of document destruction, personnel reassignment, and institutional reorganization that effectively eliminated the capacity for anyone to reconstruct the full scope of what had been done in the program's name. The men who had designed and implemented these programs were retired or transferred to other positions, taking their knowledge with them and leaving no institutional memory that might inform future congressional or journalistic investigations. The deliberate erasure of institutional memory represented more than simple damage control, was an assault on the historical record that denied future generations the opportunity to learn from the mistakes and crimes of their predecessors. The destruction of MKUltra files was not just about protecting the CIA from legal liability, but about preventing the kind of comprehensive accountability that might have led to fundamental reforms in intelligence operations and oversight. The surviving fragments of documentary evidence that escaped destruction provide only tantalizing glimpses of programs that were far more extensive and systematic than the limited records suggest. Like archaeological fragments of a buried civilization, these documents hint at institutional cultures and operational methods that were deliberately hidden from historical view, leaving researchers and investigators to reconstruct complex realities from incomplete and fragmentary evidence. I remember the weight of understanding that the document destruction represented a successful cover-up that achieved its primary objectives. The full scope of CIA human experimentation was never revealed. The personnel who conducted these programs were never held fully accountable, and the institutional changes that followed were limited in scope and effectiveness. The men who ordered the destruction of evidence understood that in a democracy, the crime that is not documented is the crime that never officially happened. The mechanical sound of shredders and the smell of burning papers marked not just the destruction of documents, but the systematic elimination of accountability for systematic human rights violations conducted by American government agencies against American citizens. The purge was comprehensive in its scope and effective in its execution, ensuring that the darkest chapters of Cold War intelligence operations would remain largely hidden from the people whose government had committed these crimes in their name. The hollow echo of empty filing cabinets serves as a permanent reminder that the most sophisticated democratic institutions are powerless to ensure accountability. When those in positions of authority are willing to destroy evidence of their own wrongdoing, the successful cover-up of MKUltra demonstrates that the protection of individual rights depends not just on constitutional guarantees and legal frameworks, but on the institutional commitment to preserve the documentary evidence that makes meaningful accountability possible. I remember the rustle of newspaper pages on a December morning in 1974, the way the ink seemed to carry more weight than usual, when it spelled out words that no one had been meant to read. The New York Times headline that announced the CIA's domestic surveillance activities was just the beginning, a crack in the institutional wall of secrecy that would eventually reveal chambers of hidden history that were far darker than anyone had imagined. There was something electric about that moment when classified reality began seeping into public consciousness. The sense that carefully constructed narratives were beginning to unravel under the pressure of their own contradictions. Seymour Hersh's investigation into CIA domestic operations had begun with routine reporting about intelligence activities. But his persistence in following leads that others might have dismissed as too sensitive or too dangerous had led him into territory that the agency's leadership had assumed would remain forever classified. The sources who spoke with Hersh were not disgruntled outsiders or attention-seeking whistleblowers, but career intelligence professionals who had grown troubled by activities they had witnessed or participated in during their government service. The harsh lights of congressional hearing rooms would soon illuminate activities that had been conducted in shadow for more than 2 decades. But the initial revelations about domestic surveillance represented only the tip of an iceberg, whose full dimensions were still unknown even to the journalists and legislators, who were beginning to investigate intelligence overreach. The comfortable assumption that American intelligence agencies operated within legal and constitutional constraints was about to be shattered by evidence of systematic violations that went far beyond anything the public had been prepared to contemplate. President Gerald Ford's response to the initial revelations was to establish the Rockefeller Commission, a body that was intended to provide the appearance of thorough investigation while maintaining sufficient control over the process to prevent truly damaging disclosures. The commission was staffed with establishment figures who could be trusted to balance the need for some public accountability against the imperative of protecting institutional secrets that might compromise national security or embarrass powerful individuals. But the momentum that Hersh's reporting had generated could not be easily controlled or redirected. Congressional leaders, particularly Senator Frank Church of Idaho, understood that the scope of intelligence activities that were being revealed demanded investigation by bodies that possessed both the legal authority and the political independence necessary to compel disclosure of information that the executive branch would prefer to keep classified. The Church Committee, formerly known as the Senate Select Committee to Study Governmental Operations with Respect to Intelligence Activities, represented a fundamental challenge to the culture of secrecy that had protected intelligence operations from public scrutiny since the beginning of the Cold War. The committee's mandate was broad enough to encompass virtually any intelligence activity that might have violated legal or constitutional constraints, and its membership included senators who were genuinely committed to uncovering the truth regardless of the political consequences. I remember the weight of televised testimony that began emerging from the church committee hearings, how the formal language of congressional proceedings could not completely disguise the horror of what was being revealed. Former CIA officials, speaking under oath and facing potential perjury charges, were forced to acknowledge activities that they had previously denied or minimized. The careful euphemisms that had been used to describe human experimentation programs began to give way to more direct acknowledgments of what those programs had actually entailed. The discovery of the surviving McCluttra financial records during a Freedom of Information Act search represented a breakthrough that transformed the investigation from speculation about possible wrongdoing to documentation of systematic criminal activity. The 7 boxes of misfiled documents provided concrete evidence of expenditures for human experimentation programs, including payments to researchers who had conducted experiments on unwitting subjects and invoices for equipment that had been used to monitor and record the suffering of American citizens. Sidney Gottlieb's refusal to testify before the church committee represented a final act of defiance from the man who had architected the most morally bankrupt programs in American intelligence history. His invocation of Fifth Amendment protections against self-incrimination was a tacit acknowledgement that his activities might have constituted criminal violations of federal law, even though he had been acting under official authorization from his CIA superiors. The institutional resistance that the church committee encountered in its efforts to compel testimony and obtain documents revealed the extent to which the intelligence community had become insulated from democratic accountability. Former officials claimed that they could not remember activities that had consumed years of their professional lives. Current officials asserted that operational details were too sensitive to be revealed even in closed sessions, and agency lawyers argued that congressional oversight authority did not extend to activities that had been conducted under executive authority for national security purposes. The shocking revelations that emerged despite this institutional resistance provided the American people with their first comprehensive look at intelligence activities that had been conducted in their name but without their knowledge or consent. The systematic violation of constitutional rights, the collaboration with Nazi war criminals, the assassination plots against foreign leaders, and the human experimentation programs all represented fundamental betrayals of democratic values that had been justified by appeals to national security that were never subject to meaningful oversight. I remember the fluorescent lighting of hearing rooms where witnesses testified about activities that seemed to belong more in the realm of totalitarian regimes than in American democracy. The clinical language that had been used to describe human experimentation could not disguise the reality that American intelligence agencies had treated their own citizens as expendable resources in pursuit of strategic advantages that were never clearly defined or successfully achieved. The public's dawning horror at their governments. Betrayal was evident in the media coverage and public opinion polls that tracked American attitudes toward intelligence agencies throughout the mid-1970s. The comfortable assumptions about government trustworthiness that had sustained public support for intelligence activities were being systematically demolished by evidence that those activities had included systematic violations of the rights and dignity of American citizens. The testimony of former MKUltra subjects who had finally learned what had been done to them provided the human face of institutional betrayal that transformed abstract discussions of intelligence overreach into concrete accounts of individual suffering. These witnesses described years of psychological damage that had resulted from unwitting participation in experiments that had served no therapeutic purpose and had generated no useful intelligence information. The institutional memory that had been deliberately destroyed through the systematic purge of MKUltra files was partially reconstructed through the testimony of former participants who had retained personal knowledge of activities that were no longer documented in official records. But the destruction of evidence had been so comprehensive that many activities could only be described in general terms, leaving enormous gaps in the historical record that prevented comprehensive accountability for the full scope of what had been done. The weight of sworn testimony delivered under oath and subject to perjury charges carried a legal and moral authority that previous denials and minimizations could not withstand. Former CIA officials who had spent years claiming that intelligence activities operated within legal boundaries were forced to acknowledge systematic violations that had continued for decades without meaningful oversight or accountability. The journalists and legislators who fought institutional secrecy to uncover the truth faced enormous pressure from intelligence agencies, executive branch officials, and congressional colleagues who argued that national security required continued classification of information that was embarrassing to the government but posed no genuine threat to American interests. The battle over disclosure represented a fundamental conflict between democratic accountability and institutional self-protection. The careful documentation of human experimentation programs that emerged from congressional investigation provided evidence of systematic criminal activity that should have triggered criminal prosecutions of the officials responsible for authorizing and conducting these programs. But the passage of time, the destruction of evidence, and the political difficulties involved in prosecuting former government officials for activities that had been officially authorized made criminal accountability virtually impossible to achieve. The institutional reforms that emerged from the Church Committee investigation were designed to prevent future repetitions of the abuses that had been revealed, but they were also crafted to avoid fundamental disruption of intelligence capabilities that were considered essential for national security. The balance between accountability and effectiveness remained tilted heavily in favor of institutional protection rather than individual rights. I remember the sense that truth was finally emerging from shadows that had concealed it for more than 2 decades, but also the recognition that much of that truth would remain incomplete due to the systematic destruction of evidence that had preceded its exposure. The congressional investigation had succeeded in documenting systematic abuses, but it had not succeeded in achieving comprehensive accountability for those abuses or in ensuring that similar violations could not occur in the future. The television coverage of congressional hearings brought images of former CIA officials into American living rooms where families could observe the testimony of people who had spent their careers conducting activities that violated every principle of democratic governance. The contrast between the ordinary appearance of these witnesses and the extraordinary nature of their activities highlighted The banality of evil that had characterized much of the McUltra program, the measured pace of congressional investigation with its careful attention to legal procedures and constitutional constraints, stood in stark contrast to the urgency and secrecy that had characterized the intelligence activities being investigated. The slow revelation of systematic abuses through formal hearing procedures provided a kind of institutional catharsis, but it also demonstrated the limitations of democratic accountability when confronted with activities that had been deliberately hidden from public view. The transformation of secret history into public knowledge represented a fundamental shift in American understanding of intelligence, activities, and government trustworthiness. But it was a transformation that was incomplete and contested every step of the way. The shadows that had concealed systematic abuses for decades were partially illuminated by congressional investigation, but they were never completely eliminated, ensuring that important aspects of this history would remain hidden from public view. The weight of evidence that emerged from congressional hearings provided overwhelming documentation of systematic violations of constitutional rights and human dignity. But it was evidence that had been assembled despite rather than because of institutional cooperation. The truth that emerged from shadows was partial, fragmentary, and contested, but it was sufficient to demonstrate that American intelligence agencies had operated outside legal and constitutional constraints for extended periods without meaningful oversight or accountability. In the end, the emergence of truth from shadows represented both the power and the limitations of democratic institutions when confronted with systematic government wrongdoing. The congressional investigation had succeeded in exposing abuses that would otherwise have remained hidden, but it had not succeeded in achieving complete accountability or in ensuring that similar abuses could not occur in the future. The shadows had been partially illuminated, but they had not been completely eliminated, leaving important questions about government accountability and individual rights that would continue to challenge American democracy long after the immediate revelations had faded from public attention. I remember the formal weight of new legislation, how the pages felt different in your hands, when they contained not just laws but the institutional response to institutional failure. There was something both hopeful and fragile about the careful language that emerged from congressional committees in the aftermath of the MKU-LTR revelations, words that attempted to construct barriers against the kind of systematic abuse that had flourished in the shadows of American democracy for more than 2 decades. The creation of permanent intelligence oversight committees in both houses of Congress represented a fundamental shift in the balance between secrecy and accountability that had governed American intelligence operations since the beginning of the Cold War. The House Permanent Select Committee on Intelligence and the Senate Select Committee on Intelligence were granted unprecedented access to classified information and ongoing operations, though their effectiveness would ultimately depend on the willingness of committee members to exercise meaningful oversight rather than simply providing the appearance of democratic supervision. The institutional machinery of oversight that emerged from the Church Committee investigation was carefully designed to balance the legitimate need for intelligence secrecy against the democratic requirement for accountability to elected representatives. The new oversight structure included provisions for regular briefings, advanced notification of covert operations, and detailed budget reviews that were intended to prevent the kind of unchecked activities that had characterized the McCulloch era. But there was something tentative about these new arrangements, a recognition that the fundamental tension between democracy and intelligence operations could never be completely resolved through institutional mechanisms alone. The men who drafted these oversight provisions understood that they were creating structures that could be circumvented by determined officials who believed that national security requirements superseded congressional authority, just as previous legal and constitutional constraints had been bypassed by the architects of human experimentation programs. I remember the measured pace of institutional reform, how it moved with the deliberate caution of legislators who understood that they were operating in territory where mistakes could have consequences for both national security and democratic governance. The Foreign Intelligence Surveillance Act of 1978, which required judicial warrants for domestic intelligence surveillance, represented an attempt to subject intelligence activities to the kind of legal oversight that had been absent during the McCulloch period. The careful language of executive orders that emerged from the Ford administration's response to intelligence scandals revealed the ongoing struggle to define acceptable boundaries for activities that, by their very nature, operated outside normal legal and ethical constraints. Executive Order 11,905, which prohibited CIA participation in assassination operations, was crafted with sufficient specificity to prevent the kind of creative interpretation that had allowed previous restrictions to be circumvented through bureaucratic sleight of hand. President Ford's executive order banning assassinations represented both a clear moral statement and a practical recognition that such activities posed unacceptable risks to American interests and values. The prohibition was absolute and unqualified, reflecting an understanding that certain activities were incompatible with democratic governance, regardless of the strategic advantages they might provide in specific circumstances. The ongoing debate about intelligence capabilities versus civil liberties that emerged from the MKULTRA revelations would continue to shape American policy discussions for decades, with each generation of policymakers forced to confront the fundamental question of how much freedom a democracy could sacrifice in the name of security without ceasing to be a democracy. The institutional reforms of the 1970s provided a framework for addressing these questions, but they could not resolve the underlying tension between competing values that would continue to generate new conflicts as circumstances changed. The weight of new legal frameworks was evident in every aspect of the regulatory structure that emerged from congressional investigation of intelligence abuses. The requirement for written findings to authorize covert operations, the establishment of Inspector General offices within intelligence agencies, and the creation of formal procedures for reporting violations of law or policy, all represented attempts to create accountability mechanisms that had been absent during the period when McCulloch operated with virtual impunity. But the effectiveness of these new structures would depend ultimately on the willingness of intelligence personnel to report violations and the commitment of oversight officials to pursue uncomfortable truths even when they threatened institutional interests or political careers. The history of intelligence operations suggested that such commitment could not be assumed, particularly when national security justifications could be invoked to discourage aggressive oversight. The persistent tension between competing values was evident in the compromises that characterized every aspect of the new oversight regime. Intelligence agencies retained the ability to conduct activities that would be illegal if performed by private citizens. Congressional oversight committees were bound by secrecy requirements that limited their ability to inform the public about their findings, and judicial review of intelligence operations was restricted to narrow categories of activity that represented only a fraction of ongoing intelligence work. I remember reading the congressional debates that surrounded the creation of these new oversight mechanisms, how legislators struggled to balance their commitment to preventing future abuses against their recognition that intelligence capabilities were essential for national security in an increasingly dangerous world. The discussions revealed a genuine commitment to reform, but also a wariness about reforms that might handicap American intelligence operations in competition with adversaries who were not constrained by democratic oversight. The institutional response to betrayal represented in these reforms was necessarily incomplete, constrained by practical considerations that prevented the kind of comprehensive restructuring that might have been necessary to eliminate the possibility of future abuses. The intelligence agencies that had conducted human experimentation programs retained most of their operational capabilities and much of their institutional culture, with oversight mechanisms that were designed more to prevent the most egregious violations than to fundamentally transform the way intelligence work was conducted. The fragile nature of democratic protections became evident in the implementation of these new oversight structures, as intelligence agencies developed techniques for managing congressional supervision that maintained the appearance of cooperation while limiting the scope and effectiveness of actual oversight. The compartmentalization of information, the use of oral rather than written briefings for sensitive operations, and the invocation of executive privilege to limit congressional access all became tools for circumventing oversight that was supposed to be comprehensive and effective. The intelligence reform legislation that emerged from the 1970s investigations represented the high watermark of congressional assertiveness in intelligence oversight, but subsequent events would demonstrate the difficulty of maintaining meaningful supervision over activities that were conducted in secret by agencies that had powerful incentives to resist external control. The institutional balance that had been established through legislation could be shifted through administrative action, legal interpretation, and political pressure that did not require formal changes to the oversight structure. The formal architecture of accountability that was constructed in response to McUltra revelations included provisions for regular reporting, budget oversight, and investigation of alleged abuses, but it also included numerous exceptions, qualifications, and escape clauses that could be invoked when oversight threatened to interfere with operations that were deemed essential for national security. The system was designed to prevent the most obvious abuses, while preserving the operational flexibility that intelligence agencies claimed was necessary for effective performance of their missions. I remember the weight of understanding that the institutional reforms emerging from the Church Committee investigations represented both genuine progress toward accountability and the limitations of what could be achieved through legislative and administrative action alone. The new oversight structures were real and meaningful, but they were also fragile and dependent on the continued commitment of officials who might face strong incentives to circumvent or weaken them when circumstances seemed to justify exceptions. The creation of Inspector General offices within intelligence agencies represented an attempt to institutionalize internal oversight that might identify problems before they reached the level of systematic abuse that had characterized McCultra. But the effectiveness of these offices would depend on their independence from operational personnel and their willingness to pursue investigations that might be unwelcome to agency leadership, qualities that could not be guaranteed through organizational charts or legal mandates alone. The judicial oversight mechanisms that were established through the Foreign Intelligence Surveillance Act represented an innovative attempt to subject intelligence activities to independent review without compromising operational security. The FISA court system provided a forum for evaluating the legality and necessity of domestic surveillance operations, but it was a forum that operated in secret and whose decisions were rarely subject to public scrutiny or appellate review. The ongoing responsibility of citizens to demand transparency from their government was explicitly recognized in the reform legislation that emerged from the intelligence investigations. But the practical mechanisms for exercising that responsibility were limited by the secrecy requirements that continued to govern intelligence operations. The Freedom of Information Act was strengthened to provide better access to historical records, but current operations remained largely immune from public scrutiny, regardless of their impact on constitutional rights or democratic values. The institutional memory of MKULTRA abuses was preserved in congressional reports and public testimony that documented systematic violations of human rights and constitutional protections. But that memory was also contested by intelligence officials who argued that the revelations had been selective, exaggerated, or taken out of context. The official acknowledgement of wrongdoing was accompanied by efforts to minimize its significance and to emphasize the reforms that had been implemented to prevent future occurrences. The legal framework that emerged from the intelligence investigations of the 1970s represented a genuine attempt to address the institutional failures that had allowed systematic abuses to continue for decades without detection or intervention. The new oversight mechanisms provided tools for preventing future violations, but they were tools that would be effective only if they were used by officials who were committed to accountability even when it conflicted with institutional interests or operational convenience. I remember the sense that American democracy had survived a fundamental test of its capacity for self-correction, but also the recognition that the test was ongoing and that the institutional protections that had been created in response to past abuses would need to be continuously defended against efforts to weaken or circumvent them. The architecture of accountability that emerged from the MKULTRA revelations was real and substantial, but it was also fragile and dependent on the continued vigilance of citizens and officials who understood that the price of freedom was eternal vigilance against those who would sacrifice liberty for the promise of security. The careful balance between security and liberty that was embodied in the intelligence reforms of the 1970s would be tested repeatedly in subsequent decades, as new threats and changing circumstances created pressure to relax oversight requirements and expand intelligence authorities. The institutional memory of McUltra abuses provided a reference point for these debates, but it was a memory that would fade over time unless it was actively preserved and transmitted to new generations of policymakers and citizens. The weight of new legal frameworks created in response to intelligence abuses represented both an achievement of democratic accountability and a reminder of the constant effort required to maintain the balance between necessary secrecy and democratic oversight. The architecture of accountability that emerged from the shadow of McUltra was designed to prevent future abuses, but its effectiveness would ultimately depend on the commitment of future generations to preserve and strengthen the institutional protections that had been purchased with the suffering of those who had been victimized by programs that operated without meaningful oversight or constraint. I remember the crackle of vinyl records in the summer of 1967, how the music seemed to carry something electric and dangerous, a sound that spoke of boundaries being dissolved and consciousness being expanded. There was an irony buried in those grooves that no one fully understood at the time, the very substance that was fueling the counterculture's exploration of inner space had been distributed by the same government agencies that were simultaneously trying to control and manipulate human consciousness for their own purposes. The acid tests that Ken Kesey organized throughout the mid-1960s represented one of the most visible manifestations of LSD's cultural impact. But few participants realized that Kesey himself had been introduced to the drug through his participation in CIA-funded experiments at the Menlo Park Veterans Hospital. The man who would become one of the most influential figures in the psychedelic movement had first encountered LSD as a paid volunteer in government research, earning $20 per session to experience substances that would eventually reshape American culture in ways their original handlers never intended. The glow of television screens in American living rooms began reflecting a new kind of paranoia in the late 1960s and early 1970s, as popular entertainment started exploring themes of government conspiracy and mind control that seemed to draw directly from the hidden realities that McUltra had made real. Films like The Manchurian Candidate had been released in 1962 before the public knew about CIA experimentation programs, but their themes would prove remarkably prescient. When the true scope of government mind control research was eventually revealed, the weight of permanent distrust began settling into American political culture like sediment in still water. Layer upon layer of revelation building up a foundation of skepticism that would support decades of conspiracy theories, some justified and others wildly speculative. The discovery that their own government had indeed conducted the kind of sinister experiments that had previously existed only in fiction created a cultural permission structure for believing that other seemingly outlandish theories might also be true. I remember reading the accounts of former McUltra volunteers who had gone on to become influential figures in the counterculture movement, how their government-sponsored psychedelic experiences had shaped their understanding of consciousness and reality in ways that would influence millions of young Americans throughout the 1960s. The irony was profound. The CIA's attempt to weaponize consciousness had inadvertently launched a cultural revolution that challenged the very authority structures the agency existed to protect. Allen Ginsberg, the beat poet who became one of the most articulate advocates for psychedelic experience, had first encountered LSD through Dr. Carl Pfeiffer's research at the New Jersey Neuropsychiatric Institute, a program that received funding through McCullough channels. Ginsberg's subsequent advocacy for mind-expanding drugs and his criticism of government authority represented an unintended consequence of CIA research that agency administrators could never have anticipated when they began their experiments in consciousness manipulation. The Boston Strangler case took on new dimensions when it was revealed that Albert DeSalvo, the man who confessed to the murders, had been subjected to experimental drug treatments while in custody. The possibility that his confessions might have been influenced by substances administered without his knowledge added another layer of uncertainty to a case that had already raised troubling questions about the reliability of evidence obtained through unconventional interrogation methods. The rock music that poured from radio stations throughout the late 1960s carried themes of rebellion and consciousness, expansion that seemed to channel the very experiences that CIA researchers had been trying to control and direct for their own purposes. Songs like White Rabbit by Jefferson Airplane explicitly referenced psychedelic experiences, while the broader musical movement toward experimental sounds and altered states reflected a cultural shift that had been inadvertently triggered by government experimentation programs. I remember the way television programming began incorporating themes of paranoia and government conspiracy that reflected growing public awareness that official denials could not always be trusted. Shows like The Prisoner and later The X-Files explored concepts of institutional manipulation and hidden government programs that seemed to draw their plausibility from the reality of programs like McCullough that had actually existed behind the facades of democratic government. The counterculture's embrace of Eastern philosophy and meditation practices represented another unintended consequence of CIA research into consciousness manipulation. Many of the young Americans who turned to Buddhism, Hinduism, and other non-Western spiritual traditions were seeking authentic methods of consciousness exploration to replace the chemical techniques that had been corrupted by their association with government manipulation and control programs. The environmental movement that gained momentum in the 1970s was influenced, in part, by psychedelic experiences that had changed participants' understanding of their relationship to the natural world. The ecological consciousness that emerged from LSD experiences was another outcome that CIA researchers had never intended, but it became one of the most lasting cultural legacies of their experimentation with consciousness-altering substances. The permanent erosion of trust in government institutions extended far beyond specific intelligence agencies to encompass broader questions about the reliability of official information and the accountability of democratic institutions. The revelation that the CIA had conducted systematic human experimentation created a template for understanding other government activities as potentially deceptive or harmful to the citizens they were supposed to protect. The publishing industry began producing a steady stream of books that explored themes of government conspiracy and institutional betrayal, many of which drew explicitly on the revelations about CIA experimentation programs. Authors like Philip K. Dick incorporated concepts of reality, manipulation, and identity confusion that seemed to reflect the actual techniques that had been developed and tested by McCullough researchers. I remember the way these cultural shifts manifested in the political realm, as candidates and elected officials found themselves operating in an environment where appeals to authority and patriotic sentiment were less effective than they had been in previous generations. The automatic deference to government expertise that had characterized American political culture during the early Cold War was replaced by a more skeptical attitude that demanded evidence and accountability. The therapeutic community that emerged to treat drug addiction and psychological trauma began incorporating techniques that had been developed in part through CIA-funded research. The irony was that some of the treatment methods being used to help people recover from substance abuse had originated in programs designed to explore the potential for chemical mind control and behavioral manipulation. The legal profession began developing new areas of expertise in government accountability and individual rights, as attorneys recognized that the revelations about intelligence agency abuses created opportunities for civil rights, litigation, and constitutional challenges to government authority. The lawyers who represented MKULTRA victims in their lawsuits against the government were pioneering legal strategies that would be used for decades to challenge other forms of government overreach. The academic community began serious study of the ethical issues raised by human experimentation, leading to the development of institutional review boards and informed consent protocols that were designed to prevent future repetitions of the kind of abuses that had characterized CIA research programs. The bioethics movement that emerged from this academic work would eventually influence medical research practices worldwide. The intelligence community itself was forced to adapt to a new environment in which their activities were subject to greater scrutiny, and their credibility was permanently damaged by the revelations about past abuses. The culture of secrecy that had protected programs like MKUltra became a liability in an era when public trust could no longer be assumed, and congressional oversight was more aggressive than it had ever been before. I remember the way Hollywood began producing films that explored themes of government, conspiracy, and individual vulnerability to institutional power. Movies that drew their dramatic tension from the possibility that the kind of systematic abuses revealed by MKUltra investigations might still be occurring in other forms. Films like 3 Days of the Condor and All the President's Men reflected a cultural shift toward viewing government institutions as potentially threatening rather than inherently trustworthy. The religious communities that had been affected by CIA experimentation began developing new understandings of spiritual experience that took account of the possibility that consciousness could be chemically manipulated in ways that might mimic or interfere with genuine mystical experiences. The intersection of pharmacology and spirituality became a subject of serious theological and philosophical inquiry that continues to influence religious thought today. The scientific community was forced to confront the reality that some of the most prestigious institutions in American research had participated in programs that violated fundamental principles of research ethics and human dignity. The reforms that emerged from this confrontation included stronger protections for research subjects and more rigorous oversight of experimental protocols, but they could not undo the damage that had been done to public trust in scientific authority. The psychiatric profession faced particular challenges in rebuilding credibility after the revelation that some of its most prominent practitioners had participated in CIA programs that were designed to destroy rather than heal human minds. The profession's response included new ethical guidelines and training requirements, but the shadow of McUltra would continue to influence public perceptions of psychiatric treatment for generations. The international impact of MKULTRA revelations extended to allied nations where CIA-funded research had been conducted, creating diplomatic tensions and forcing other governments to confront their own involvement in human experimentation programs. The Canadian government's eventual acknowledgement of its role in supporting Ewan Cameron's work at the Allen Memorial Institute represented one of the most significant international consequences of the American revelations. I remember the weight of understanding that the cultural impact of Operation Midnight Climax extended far beyond its immediate victims to encompass fundamental changes in how Americans viewed their relationship to government authority and institutional power. The program's legacy was not just in the suffering it had caused, but in the permanent alteration of American political culture that made certain forms of blind trust in government authority impossible for future generations. The conspiracy theories that proliferated in the wake of MKULTRA revelations represented both a healthy skepticism toward official denials and an unhealthy tendency to assume that every unexplained event must be the result of government manipulation. The challenge for democratic institutions was to maintain the transparency and accountability that could prevent future abuses while avoiding the kind of paralyzing paranoia that could make effective governance impossible. The popular culture fascination with mind control and government conspiracy that emerged from these revelations would continue to influence entertainment, literature, and political discourse for decades, creating a permanent cultural narrative that viewed hidden government programs as a constant possibility rather than an historical aberration. Shows like Stranger Things would explicitly reference MKULTRA style experiments, ensuring that each new generation would be introduced to the concept that their own government might be capable of systematic betrayal. The educational system began incorporating lessons about the importance of individual rights and the dangers of unchecked government authority, using the MKULTRA revelations as a case study in how democratic institutions could fail when secrecy and national security arguments were allowed to override constitutional protections and ethical constraints. The medical research community developed new protocols for obtaining truly informed consent from experimental subjects. Recognizing that the formal procedures that had existed during the McUltra era had been insufficient to protect vulnerable populations from exploitation by researchers who were more interested in gathering data than in protecting the welfare of their subjects. I remember the persistent undertone of institutional distrust that became a permanent feature of American political culture, a background skepticism that would influence everything from vaccine acceptance to intelligence agency credibility for generations after the original revelations had faded from front-page news. The knowledge that systematic government deception had occurred made it impossible for future administrations to rely on simple assertions of good faith. When requesting public support for controversial programs, the victims' rights movement that emerged partly in response to MKULTRA revelations provided a framework for understanding and addressing the needs of people who had been harmed by government actions, creating legal and social mechanisms for acknowledging institutional wrongdoing. The investigative journalism profession was permanently changed by the success of reporters like Seymour Hersh in uncovering government secrets that officials had assumed would remain hidden forever. The McCullough story became a template for understanding how persistent investigation could penetrate even the most carefully guarded institutional secrets, inspiring generations of journalists to pursue stories that powerful interests preferred to keep buried. The congressional oversight system that emerged from the Church Committee investigations represented a permanent shift in the balance of power between the executive and legislative branches, creating mechanisms for legislative supervision of intelligence activities that, while imperfect, provided more accountability than had existed during the McCullough era. The lasting legacy of Operation Midnight Climax was not just the specific harms it had caused to its direct victims, but the permanent alteration of American democracy that made certain forms of institutional abuse more difficult to sustain. The program's exposure had created cultural, legal, and political antibodies that would provide some protection against future attempts to conduct systematic human experimentation or other forms of government overreach. I remember the sound of pages turning in history books, how they seemed to whisper warnings about the fragility of democratic institutions and the constant vigilance required to maintain the balance between security and liberty. The story of McCullough had become part of the American historical narrative, a permanent reminder that the capacity for institutional evil existed, alongside the most ordinary expressions of democratic governance. The crackle of vinyl records from the 1960s had carried within their grooves the sound of a culture that had been inadvertently transformed by the very programs that were designed to control it. The counterculture that emerged from those psychedelic experiences had become a permanent part of American identity, a reminder that consciousness could not be controlled as easily as its would-be manipulators had imagined. The glow of television screens continued to reflect stories of government conspiracy and individual resistance that drew their plausibility from the reality of programs like Operation Midnight Climax. The cultural impact of these revelations had become a permanent feature of American entertainment and political discourse, ensuring that future generations would be aware of the possibility that their own government might be capable of systematic betrayal. The weight of permanent distrust had settled into American political culture like sediment in still water, creating a foundation of skepticism that would support both healthy demands for government accountability and unhealthy conspiracy theories that could undermine effective democratic governance. The challenge for future generations would be to maintain appropriate skepticism without falling into the kind of paralyzing paranoia that could make democratic institutions unable to function effectively. Tonight, as we reach the end of this quiet journey through the shadows of American intelligence history, I find myself thinking about the weight of secrets and the price of their eventual revelation. The documents have been filed away, the testimony has been recorded, the official apologies have been offered, but the questions raised by Operation Midnight Climax continue to echo through our democratic institutions like the sound of breaking glass in an empty room. The story we have followed from the paranoid conference rooms of the early 1950s to the congressional hearing rooms of the 1970s is not just a historical curiosity or a cautionary tale about the excesses of a bygone era. It is a map of how democratic institutions can lose their way when fear becomes the dominant emotion guiding policy decisions, and how the pursuit of security can become the very thing that destroys what we claim to be securing. I remember the musty smell of declassified documents that first revealed the scope of these programs, how the bureaucratic language could not completely disguise the human cost of experiments that treated American citizens as expendable resources in pursuit of strategic advantages that were never clearly defined or successfully achieved. The clinical terminology that described behavioral research and consciousness manipulation was revealed to be a thin veneer covering systematic violations of human dignity that belonged more in the category of torture than science. The lessons that remain relevant in our contemporary discussions of security versus liberty are not abstract philosophical principles, but concrete warnings about how quickly institutional cultures can adapt to accept the unacceptable, when those adaptations are presented as temporary necessities in response to exceptional circumstances. The men who authorized and conducted McUltra experiments believed they were protecting democratic values by temporarily suspending them. But the temporary suspension lasted for more than 20 years and might have continued indefinitely, if not for the accidental survival of documents that were supposed to have been destroyed. The victims whose names we will never know and whose suffering was never acknowledged represent more than statistical casualties in the bureaucratic calculations that justified these programs. They were teachers and businessmen, patients and children, people whose only crime was being in the wrong place at the wrong time when their government decided that certain individuals could be sacrificed for the supposed benefit of the larger society. Their anonymity was not accidental, but deliberate, a systematic erasure that made it easier for researchers to forget that they were dealing with human beings rather than laboratory materials. The institutional capacity for both great evil and eventual accountability that characterized the McUltra story provides both warnings and hope for contemporary democratic institutions. The same bureaucratic structures that enabled systematic human experimentation also eventually produced the congressional investigations that exposed these programs to public scrutiny. The institutional protections that failed during the program's operational phase were eventually strengthened to provide better safeguards against future abuses, though the effectiveness of these protections depends on the continued vigilance of citizens and officials who understand that rights not actively defended are rights that will eventually be lost. I remember the weight of testimony from former subjects who had finally learned what had been done to them, how their accounts of psychological damage and institutional betrayal provided the human face that transformed abstract discussions of government overreach into concrete understanding of individual suffering. Their courage in speaking publicly about experiences that officials had assumed would remain forever secret helped establish the principle that government accountability requires not just formal oversight mechanisms, but the willingness of victims to demand recognition and justice, even when powerful interests prefer silence. The ongoing responsibility of citizens to demand transparency from their government is not just a civic duty, but a practical necessity in any society that hopes to prevent the recurrence of systematic institutional abuse. The McUltra programs were able to operate for decades precisely because normal democratic oversight mechanisms had been circumvented. Through secrecy classifications that protected illegal activities along with legitimate intelligence operations, The balance between necessary secrecy and democratic accountability remains one of the fundamental challenges facing any society that attempts to maintain both security and freedom. The quiet settling of old documents in archives that were once classified beyond public access reminds us that the most important historical lessons are often those that powerful institutions would prefer to forget. The accidental survival of financial records that documented McUltra expenditures was the thread that unraveled decades of official denial and institutional cover-up. The fragility of that documentary evidence, 7 boxes of misfiled papers that escaped systematic destruction, illustrates how easily the historical record can be manipulated by those who have the power to classify and destroy evidence of their own wrongdoing. The finality of classified stamps on documents that detailed systematic human rights violations speaks to the ongoing challenge of democratic accountability in an era when national security classifications can be used to protect institutional embarrassment, along with legitimate intelligence sources and methods. The classification system that was designed to protect national security became a tool for protecting government officials from legal accountability for activities that violated both domestic law and international human rights conventions. The ongoing echo of unanswered questions that surrounds the McUltra story reflects the incomplete nature of the accountability that was eventually achieved through congressional investigation and public revelation. The destruction of program records in 1973 ensured that many aspects of these activities would never be fully documented or understood, leaving gaps in the historical record that prevent comprehensive understanding of what was done and why it was considered acceptable by the officials who authorized it. I remember thinking about how the darkest chapters of history serve as warnings for future generations, not because the specific circumstances that enabled past abuses are likely to recur in identical form, but because the institutional and psychological dynamics that make such abuses possible are permanent. Features of human organizations operating under stress and secrecy. The capacity for institutional evil does not require extraordinary circumstances or exceptionally evil individuals, can emerge from the intersection of ordinary bureaucratic processes, ideological commitment, and the absence of effective oversight. The contemporary relevance of the McUltra story lies not in the specific techniques that were developed and tested during the program's operational phase, but in the institutional processes that enabled systematic violations of human rights to continue for decades without detection or intervention. The bureaucratic language that transformed torture into research, the classification systems that protected criminal activity along with legitimate secrets, and the institutional cultures that prioritized loyalty over legality are all features of government that persist in modified forms today. The weight of understanding that democratic institutions are only as strong as the commitment of the people who operate them provides both sobering warnings and realistic hope for future generations. The same institutional structures that enabled McUltra also eventually exposed it to public scrutiny and implemented reforms designed to prevent future occurrences. The effectiveness of those reforms depends on the continued vigilance of citizens who understand that the price of freedom is eternal watchfulness against those who would sacrifice liberty for the promise of security. The transformation of hidden history into public knowledge through the persistence of investigators, journalists, and victims who refuse to accept official denials demonstrates the power of democratic institutions to correct their own failures when those institutions are subjected to sufficient pressure from informed citizens who demand accountability. The McCullough revelations were not the result of automatic institutional processes, but of specific individuals who chose to pursue uncomfortable truths despite institutional pressure to remain silent. The ongoing responsibility to remember even the darkest chapters of our history is not just about honoring the victims of past abuses, but about maintaining the cultural and institutional memory that can help prevent future repetitions of systematic institutional failure. The lessons of McCullough are not ancient history, but contemporary warnings about the fragility of the protections that separate democratic governance from authoritarian abuse of power. Tonight, as we close this exploration of Operation Midnight Climax and its place in the broader history of American intelligence overreach, we are left with questions that each generation must answer for itself. How much freedom are we willing to sacrifice for security? What safeguards are we willing to maintain even when they seem to impede efficiency or effectiveness? How vigilant are we prepared to be in defending rights that are easier to surrender than to reclaim once they have been lost? The weight of these questions is not lighter for being familiar, and their answers are not more certain for having been considered by previous generations who faced similar challenges under different circumstances. The story of McCullough reminds us that the capacity for both institutional evil and democratic correction exists in every generation, and that the balance between these competing possibilities depends on the choices made by ordinary people who find themselves in positions where they must choose between expediency and principle. I remember the sound of pages turning in classified documents that were never meant to see daylight. How they whispered warnings about the ease with which democratic institutions can lose their moral foundations when fear becomes the dominant emotion guiding policy decisions. The story we have followed tonight is not just about the past, but about the ongoing challenge of maintaining democratic values in a world where those values are constantly tested by circumstances that seem to justify their temporary suspension. The quiet settling of historical documents into their proper place in the American narrative serves as both an ending and a beginning. An end to the secrecy that once protected these activities from public scrutiny, and a beginning of the ongoing responsibility to remember and learn from institutional failures that were enabled by the willingness of ordinary people to accept extraordinary violations of human dignity. In service of supposedly noble purposes, the weight of hidden history, once revealed, becomes part of the burden that democratic institutions must carry as they continue to balance the competing demands of security and liberty, effectiveness and accountability, institutional loyalty and moral principle. The story of Operation Midnight Climax serves as a permanent reminder that the most important battles for democratic values are often fought not on distant battlefields, but in quiet offices where ordinary people make extraordinary moral choices that determine whether their institutions will serve or betray the people they are meant to protect. Tonight, as we close this exploration of Operation Midnight Climax and its place in the broader history of American intelligence overreach, we are left with questions that each generation must answer for itself. How much freedom are we willing to sacrifice for security? What safeguards are we willing to maintain even when they seem to impede efficiency or effectiveness? How vigilant are we prepared to be in defending rights that are easier to surrender than to reclaim once they have been lost? The weight of these questions is not lighter for being familiar, and their answers are not more certain for having been considered by previous generations who faced similar challenges under different circumstances. The story of McUltra reminds us that the capacity for both institutional evil and democratic correction exists in every generation, and that the balance between these competing possibilities depends on the choices made by ordinary people who find themselves with positions. Poens peculiansins, prawns suspin, pepin to spore with do with will all wiggin with it war with and will I hit it with all snap will up what specific just go I remember the sound of pages turning in classified documents that were never meant to see daylight. How they whispered warnings about the ease with which democratic institutions can lose their moral foundations when fear becomes the dominant emotion guiding policy decisions. The story we have followed tonight is not just about the past, but about the ongoing challenge of maintaining democratic values in a world where those values are constantly tested by circumstances that seem to justify their temporary suspension. The quiet settling of historical documents into their proper place in the American narrative serves as both an ending and a beginning end to the secrecy that once protected these activities from public scrutiny, and a beginning of the ongoing responsibility to remember and learn from institutional failures that were enabled by the willingness of ordinary people to accept extraordinary violations of human dignity in service of supposedly noble, purposely noble, versedly so graceful, but one, but the bow, we could go and we The weight of hidden history, once revealed, becomes part of the burden that democratic institutions must carry as they continue to balance the competing demands of security and liberty, effectiveness and accountability, institutional loyalty and moral principle. The story of Operation Midnight Climax serves as a permanent reminder that the most important battles for democratic values are often fought not on distant battlefields, but in quiet offices where ordinary people make extraordinary moral choices that determine whether their institutions will serve or betray the people they are meant to protect. Sleep well, knowing that vigilance is not just a historical lesson, but a contemporary responsibility. There are indeed more stories to come, and our willingness to face them with honesty and courage will determine whether future generations will inherit institutions worthy of their trust or warnings about the price of democratic complacency. The weight of hidden history becomes lighter when it is shared by citizens who understand that remembering the past is the price of protecting the future.